All right, let's kick it off, shall we? Let's kick it off. Kick it off. Any time now. Anytime you want to. Okay. Well, that brings a new meaning to, man, if only Tony were around to hear about this. He'd be like, Berta would never do that. Berta would never do that, would he? That is what I'm. But I edited this and I forgot to change it in the soundboard. Oh well. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Groundbreaking. What? Is that what it's about? Really? No sound? What? It's showing that there is sound. No sound. I'm getting no sound from 3 people. Shit. What the fuck, Ken? Fucking Ken Griffin. Why? Oh, it's the sound. It wasn't Ken this time. Tell me if you can hear this.
Okay. Hey friends, welcome to Stocks and Crypto Plays. I'm talking about AMC stock. I did a groundbreaking breaking news video this morning. You got to watch it in my channel.
Okay. Aren't you happy that I got the sound fixed?
After this one on AMC and Adam Aaron being blackmailed. Watch it right after this one. Now, what's going on right now? This video is connected to that first one, okay? Hit like, subscribe, add notification, share the video with a friend. Now, AMC stock, Adam Aaron. Here on Reddit, you see a comment, right? I'm showing you this for a reason. The annual AMC shareholder meeting number 5 and number 7. These are 2 proposals on a list of proposals with the upcoming shareholder meeting. Number 5 basically asks for there to be no fault in crime or doing any wrong for members of the board. And that's a fact. That's what it is about. Number 7 is the board members asking for a raise. However, I will vote
no fault in crime. What? Sorry. I'm trying to eat a sandwich at the same time. I should know better.
no.
Sorry.
I will not be approving any raise on my end. I will vote no. Shareholders have done enough. Raise the capital. Do the right thing by the people. Time to earn what you have. Okay. So I want to point out to you number 5. Okay.
Okay. Great.
They're asking to be no fault in crime or doing any wrong for
Jesus Christ.
They're asking for, the word is immunity. Immunity. For their financial crimes. And who's the one that's been saying for 7 months? Adam Aaron rigged the vote. Not only.
I guess you have, but I mean, it's great. You've been a conspiracy theorist for 7 months. That is a great claim to fame. Congratulations. You're just like every.
Not only did he rig the vote from the previous shareholding.
Oh my God. A joke. Immunity.
This share theft campaign, 90% share theft reverse split campaign.
Oh God.
It's bad enough that he did that, right? Because no company does that voluntarily. Only companies that do reverse splits are.
Has he been listening to Morant's rants? Is he going to talk about private equity? I mean, for fucking God's sake. This is a private equity friendly channel. I work for private equity. It's true. So, he better not say anything bad about it. I'm trying to find the actual proposal here, the actual things.
Are the ones that are about to be delisted from the NASDAQ. When he did this, our stock was very strong. And when we did the reverse split, we were around like $5 a share.
God, imagine.
And it only went that low because he was going to do a reverse split. It never would even went that low if he didn't do a reverse split or threaten to do one, you know, like he did. So that's what brought it.
Yeah, it wouldn't have gone that low. It just would have been delisted. You dumb fuck. You dumb motherfucker. Anytime it's below $10 now, before you would have been at under the risk of delisting. You fucking moron.
Down to $5. Did you know you have to be below $1 for 6 months to get delisted or even threaten to?
So he knows. Okay.
Delisted, and then they'll give you a 6 months extension after that. We were in no threat of being delisted, but Adam Aron forced that reverse split trash on us. Why? So he could get the short sellers to cover because they couldn't cover. And if, you know, they had to buy back the shares, they would have been destroyed. We would have had a massive
How do they
squeeze Moas. Adam Aron couldn't have.
What is this with can't cover? Where did this come from? They can't cover. That makes no sense. None. It makes no sense. Zero sense. They can't cover. They can't afford to cover. I've heard that too. Wow. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ.
All right. That why, like I've been saying for a long time, either they bribed him or they threatened his life.
A long time, like 7 months.
We just found out from Adam Aron's tweet that he has been being blackmailed, and he calls it a personal matter. No way. It's not a personal matter. We know that the hedge fund...
Oh, it's not a personal matter. Okay.
He turned his back on us. He allowed this reverse split theft campaign, which no honest CEO would do to its shareholders because it's a theft campaign. TTOO just did a reverse split today. It crashed.
What did he just say? He said no honest CEO?
Pain, which no honest CEO would do to its shareholders because it's a theft campaign.
He'd rather, you know, just let it roll the dice and maybe, you know, maybe the stock gets delisted. But hey, as we saw with Bed Bath & Beyond, when it gets delisted, oh, that's actually a sign that there's going to be a massive squeeze and you're going to get paid out in a settlement. Yeah, don't you know? Everybody thought bondholders might get something. No, it turns out it's the holders of the worthless over-the-counter shares. I mean, I just don't fucking get.
TTOO just did a reverse split today. It crashed 54% in the first 4 hours. 54%.
Yeah, because
in the first 4 hours.
The stocks that do these reverse splits are fucking shit. Like, I'm not even gonna mention correlation and causation and all that shit. There's no point. But oh my God.
Reverse split crashes. It's a theft campaign. Every reverse split is a theft campaign.
There it is.
Adam Aron knew this. So he was either forced into doing it or bribed into doing it. And I think he was forced into doing it because he didn't need the money. So they threatened him in some kind of way. Like I've been saying, they got to him because they used to be real bold and say, hey, you know, nobody's going to touch us. We're not doing a reverse split. We'd never do a reverse split. Remember I showed you the video on my channel? And all of a sudden he wants to do a reverse split. And prior to that, he did the ape theft campaign where we lost 40% of our AMC share value on day one from that ape trash. And then all of a sudden he's like, hey, ape's a bad deal. We gotta.
It's almost like he realizes that this is a shitty investment. Would I call it that? And he's mad at himself or something. He won't admit it. I don't know. This is garbage. Go back to fucking QAnon. Go back to QAnon. That shit makes no sense. And it literally can't make sense. You can make sense out of what's happening here. but you have to be a little bit smarter than QAnon.
Combine the
Probably.
with AMC.
God damn it.
Adam, Aaron, it was your idea to make ape in the first place. It was trash. And you
How about this? It was your idea not to allow the company to raise fucking money. What are you talking about? No, you forced his fucking hand because you're a fucking idiot with 85 fucking pairs of glasses, and apparently none of them actually help you fucking read anything. I mean, for fucking God's sake.
40% of our equity when you put out ape, and then all of a sudden you want to put ape back in AMC, and then you want to do a 90% reverse split theft campaign? You did. Okay, and now we know from your tweet that you've been being blackmailed. It's all coming out now, friends, okay? But then, now we see that the vote coming up, which I tried to get on the board. I showed you my video. Go on my channel and watch my video. I have a letter from AMC leadership saying they wouldn't let me on the ballot. I got on the ballot to be a U.S. Senator easier than it was to get on the ballot for AMC, for the AMC board. Why? Because if I got on that board, I'd be fighting corruption. I'd be protecting you, the retail shareholder. They can't have that. They don't want that. So next time I get the opportunity, I'm going to have my lawyer.
This guy is mentally retarded. Or reduced capacity or some shit. There's something going on here. Maybe he's just QAnon.
Cross all the T's and get me on that ballot and I'll win.
Oh my God.
Unless I run for senator.
No, yeah, for real, man. Oh my God.
All right, guys. So what do you think about all this? Are you going to vote?
Well, I don't know what I think about all this, but hey, good evening, everybody. Jesus Christ. All right, from one idiot to the next. I'm just trying to get all these dumbass retards out of the way first.
What up, what up? Did the shorts cover? No? What we talking about? All right, so AMC was manipulated again.
Oh, it was manipulated again. I'd like to manipulate you, Phil. You fucking Phil. Phil, I have retarded for real.
$9.50. So for those that's trying to understand what's happening, what is happening is, you
bought a piece of shit that was overvalued, but you didn't realize it, or you thought it would hold its overvalue and continue to go up. That's logical. That makes a lot of sense. But unfortunately, it didn't happen. So now there's, what do we call it? Oh, a reckoning, right? I mean, oh, God.
Banks and hedge funds that are short on AMC, they're trying to get as much money as they can to prevent margin calls. Okay.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's what you need to understand.
That doesn't even make sense, Phil. That makes no fucking sense. None. That makes no sense.
See, these banks and hedge funds that are short on AMC, they're trying to get as much money as they can to prevent margin calls. Okay? That's what you need to understand.
He doesn't even look like he believes this shit.
Is they're taking from the reverse repo every single day until the Fed runs out of money.
There it is. They're taking from the reverse repo every day until the Fed runs out of money. Boy, that's a brilliant statement.
And if you've been following my tweets, you already understand that the reverse repo is basically their form of...
Imagine understanding anything based on this guy's tweets.
Liquidity.
Holy fuck.
To go and keep getting these fake shares, and they push it down. This is what they did today. And they're going to keep pushing it down until they run out of money. So, obviously, it is costing the Fed tons of fucking money. And everybody's watching that understands what's happening. We're not just jumping in tickers just because we saw, just because we saw him say do this and do that. Some of y'all is out here doing it, and what you're going to realize is, you know, when that reverse repo goes to zero, what money do you bankers and you hedge funds have to keep shorting us? Where are you getting your money from? Did you rob a bank? What did you do? You know what I'm saying? But, you know, you got some YouTubers that get on here talking like, oh, but, you know, these criminal hedge funds, they doing it. Listen, they doing all of that shit. What you think? Why you think we watch the reverse repo? They need, and why you think?
Because you don't understand what the fuck it is. Because you don't understand. Who is the only person who ever mentions the reverse repo? Well, the only one I know is the Ortex shill on Reddit. AMC stock subreddit, Ortex guy. He talks about it. Oh, he doesn't explain it. He can't explain it. He just, you know, large numbers, big numbers. Oh, it's a huge number. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. Wow.
Pay back their student loans. Why do you think they triggered this war? So they can make some money, so they can keep the shit going.
Wait a minute. What? Did he just claim? Oh, I'm going back, and this would be a good time for me to shut up.
They doing it. Listen, they doing all of that shit. What you think? Why you think we watch the reverse repo? They need, and why you think that they're telling people to pay back their student loans? Why do you think they triggered this war so they can make some money, so they can keep the shit going? They need to keep things going so they can prevent margin calls. They do not want these margins.
So
to happen.
So if you they in quotes they triggered the war. What about Russia, Ukraine? Did they trigger that too? They triggered it so that they can get money, so that they can prevent margin calls. I don't know if this guy's degree is in history, economics, finance, or what. I'm sorry, I don't know if his undergrad degree is in history, economics, or finance, or business. But, you know, yeah. Jesus Christ.
If your DD did not take you there, then your DD is, you need to stop listening to other motherfuckers who ain't watching the right shit. Simple. So, yesterday, as
if your DD took you where he went,
the repo amount was at 1.2 trillion.
Good God.
I'm sorry, 1.157.
Oh, okay. 1.157. So what?
Today, the reverse repo was at 1.51. Okay? So, every day, they just getting broken. And next thing you know,
what?
That zero gonna come through. And even
he has no, oh my God, he has no clue. None. Holy fucking hell.
When they had a meeting today, you know, Hester Pierce, and even the SEC, when they had a meeting today, you know, Hester Pierce finally decides she wants to show up to work. Even them, they confirmed that, yeah, another event with the meme stocks is inevitable because we already know the answer. We're not stressing out about the CEO and what he does behind closed doors. We ain't stressing out about that. We're not caring about none of that. You see what this CEO did for us? He's making tons of fucking money with us. Now, about that situation, because a lot of the fake motherfuckers, the CEO bashers that want to put out fake shit, talking about, oh, he did this and he did that, blah, blah, blah. First of all, let me tell y'all you little dick motherfucker something. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all obviously don't get no pussy. It's clear. It's clear.
Yeah, that's obvious. That's obvious. I mean, you know, you gotta love a guy like this. You know, he's just who he is. And you know, no apologies. You know, he's not bashful about it. He's got his fake gold chain. But I mean, he has no clue what he's talking about. He's completely misrepresenting and butchering everything that he's said so far. And then, you know, as if that's not bad enough, it's like he knows he's full of shit, because then he goes into this, well, let me tell you all, little dick motherfuckers, you don't get no pussy. Even if what you had said up to this point had not been verbal diarrhea, microwaved, warm, in a bowl, with a spoon, verbal fucking diarrhea. Even if it hadn't been, and you come along and say, start saying that shit, oh, you little dick motherfuckers. Who would take you seriously? Who would take you seriously? It's hard to believe that this guy got a master's degree in European history. I just can't. I refuse to believe it.
Clear as day, y'all niggas ain't fucking for shit. So, anyways.
Yeah.
First of all, this scammer pretended to be somebody that Adam Aaron used to fuck with. Okay? Pretended. Do you need to hear that again? Pretended to be somebody he used to fuck with, so he felt comfortable sending certain things. Doesn't matter if he was married or not.
It doesn't?
Man, first of all, married women cheat every day. Okay? So don't...
Oh, okay. Wow, listen to that logic. Oh, it's okay. Women cheat every day too. What? Jesus Christ. I mean, yeah, you know what else happens every fucking day? You know what happens? You know what happens? You know what happens? People physically assault pregnant women every day. Don't they, Phil? Don't they, Phil? You fucking piece of shit. Yes. Yeah, they do. They do.
Sit here and act like
what a fucking
a moral code and blah 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 blah. He's a fucking man. Okay?
That's what men do. If you don't cheat, then you ain't a man. If you don't suck dick, then you ain't a man.
Code,
right, Phil?
Blah 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 blah. He's a fucking man. Okay?
Sorry, I just did what I accused him of doing. Sorry.
I ain't saying
that was just in jest.
Men cheat. I'm just saying, damn it. It probably was some issues in their relationship, and he probably was just like, man, I'm a whatever. You feel what I'm saying? And I'm gonna disagree with you, Bigums. It doesn't matter if he's 70 years old and got his shit out. It's bitches out here 20 years old that'll fuck, man, anybody 80, 90 years old, long as that money right. So you already know what time it is. So don't sit here and play. You know what I mean? That's why I'm gonna disagree with you. But on the other end, this bitch pretended to be somebody he fought with. And then on top of that, she tried to extort him, claiming, oh yeah, because the picture that she used was of an old picture or some shit. And he thought that was his old fling from...
No, that's not what I heard. That's not what I heard, Phil. What's this about pretending? Something about pretending. I don't know. God damn it. This guy is just a sack of fucking shit.
From back in the day. You feel what I'm saying?
Yes, from the back in the day when Adam Aaron was a young Russian Jewish kid growing up in Moscow. I mean, give me a fucking break. What the fuck? What the fuck?
And once that shit changed up and she tried to extort him for $300,000, he cut that shit short and sent the feds out. I don't see nothing wrong with that.
Oh, okay.
He did what he had to do.
Because he's a man.
Oh, hell no. This is a motherfucking short seller or a motherfucking scammer trying to fuck with me. And he sent the feds out. Now here's the thing though. Some of y'all that's out there that thinking, oh yeah, I'm gonna harass retail investors every day. I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna say that, I'm gonna make up shit, I'm gonna hide behind fake pages.
Yep, you'd pretty much do all those. You pretty much do all those, yep.
I'm gonna threaten lawsuits. You can do all that bullshit you want, but just remember, you're gonna have to put your real name out here in these streets. And
why?
We waiting, baby. Go ahead, put your name out there in them streets. You got my name out there. Go ahead, put your name out there.
What is your name? Phil, for real?
I can't wait.
Where's your real name at? I don't see a name.
So everybody can know who the fuck is harassing them and threatening them and talking shit every fucking day. I can't wait. Matter of fact, I ain't even gotta wait. I ain't gotta wait. I'll let the big boys do their job, because they already own you pussy motherfuckers.
Where you at, Lynn?
So, don't matter to me. You know what I'm saying? On all these motherfuckers, yeah, Phil, you did this, blah, 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 motherfucker. What? I'm outside. Look at this. Look at this. I'm outside. Motherfuckers want to bring up my records and shit.
Oh, God.
I'm outside, though. That's the thing that y'all not getting, is I'm outside. Cool side. Relax.
Cool side.
Unlike you bitch-made motherfuckers talking shit, bashing the CEO every fucking day.
Model 3 dude, it's an apartment building. It's an apartment pool. That's why he's very careful to only show you certain little snippets here and there. This guy's a clown.
DD, or you're a short seller and you mad because you ain't got my shit. And
yeah,
put it
right.
in your pussy ass face every fucking time.
Here we go.
Don't matter to me. You know what I mean? But anyways, people, we watching the reverse repo. We watching them go broke every fucking day.
What?
And that's what they're gonna do.
Watching them go broke every day? What are you talking about, Phil? What are you fucking talking about? Yeah, if you were shorting this stock, boy, you really went broke. Let me tell you. You went fucking broke. I mean, no, I'm going to highlight this again. That's not even believable. It's not.
Is go broke. Figuring out, and they're gonna harass us even more. They're gonna dox everybody. They're gonna do all that shit every day. They're gonna talk shit.
Oh,
you're a clown. You're a this.
Calling out his pool. Oh, nice.
All right. Guess what? I got your shares, bitch. Pull up. I want to fuck around and find out. And I'm telling you, my goons is always watching. They always waiting. They always waiting to see what's up. And I ain't gonna send them out. I just want to know who y'all is. Since y'all talk about y'all gonna put somebody lawsuits and all type of shit. Let's figure it out.
Yeah. So you threaten somebody with a lawsuit, and then this clown is like, well, no, just come out in the streets, pull up, you know, blah blah blah. What are you fucking 14? Pretending you're in fucking Boys in the Hood or some shit? I'm not even going to say The Wire. It's an insult to The Wire. Insult to pretty much everything. I mean, what the fuck? This guy is a fucking clown. Muppet.
Shit,
termite.
Like what, a few months?
Cockroach.
We waiting. You could have did that shit yesterday. Why you didn't do it today? Why you didn't do it yesterday? You got motherfuckers making appeals in the reverse stock split. And they ain't did, I mean, you know, they did they shit today. When y'all gonna do it?
Shit.
Oh, and one more thing. Motherfucker.
They got the fucking feds on me?
Project Popcorn.
In West Baltimore?
Popcorn. Fuck you hedge fund motherfuckers trying to get people's information. All you clowns that's out here promoting that shit. You're dumb as fuck for trying to help them understand what we got. Y'all motherfuckers will never know what we got. Matter of fact, you'll see everybody at Taylor Swift, movie, hanging out, having fun, spending money. Yeah, Flavor Flav, shout out to you, homie. Yeah, shout out to Beyonce. Yeah, it's like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Made that shit.
Yeah.
Fellas, we outside.
Yeah.
Though. We outside though. What's up? Ain't none of y'all.
Yeah, but you're within probably 30 feet of your front door or whatever. The GPS monitor thinks you're still inside.
Shit. So keep talking that shit. We got our motherfucking stocks, and you ain't gonna get them. You ain't gonna get them at all.
Oh yeah, because they need them.
It was crying like a little pussy boy. Motherfuckers.
How is this guy in California, by the way, too?
Yeah. Did the shorts cover? No. What we talking about?
Wait. Oh shoot! No. No autoplay.
Yeah. Did the shorts cover? No. What we talking about?
Nice. Ooh, that looks fabulous. What is all this? Looks terrible. Anyway, okay, all right. Well, let's see here. At least he isn't bragging about his golf cart like his boyfriend Steven. Oh my gosh. Wealthion. Oh, he's in Orlando. I thought he was, for some reason, I thought he was in California. I thought he was in like the Bay Area of California. I guess Florida makes more sense. No offense. I could see this clown being in Florida. But now I saw something here on this AMC. So, by the way, there's a lot of unrelated things coming up in this search now, like people talking about American Motors Corporation, AMC, or people talking about Walking Dead, AMC Network. It's different for some reason, and this happened. I noticed it's in the last stream, I think, but this is the one that I noticed. I didn't watch it yet, but the title is I saw the Taylor Swift Eras concert film at AMC today with only 6 people in the whole theater. Really? Because that's not what I heard. I thought it was supposed to be packed every time based on what the apes were saying and what supposedly the numbers were. I don't know. Let's find out.
Girl, you have no idea how amazing life is about to get for you. Stay focused and trust the process. Girl, you have no idea how amazing life is about to get for you. Stay focused and trust.
Are Taylor Swift fans like notoriously late or something? Like, there's got to be an explanation, right? I don't know. Okay. There's some other videos that were submitted. Well, this one's here. Let's do this one. Not this one. This one.
Welcome to my channel. In this video, I share with you the Rip Tony tweets the Sunny Velasquez, a YouTuber and the crypto associate has died. The crypto associate and the done Sir Tony Twist dead. So what happened? Learn more about the Tony Twist obituary, and as we first start the video, please subscribe and press bell icon. The Tony Twist death, renowned YouTuber and the crypto associate Tony Twist has passed away unexpectedly. Tony Twist, a long-time resident of the Sun Valley, California, was announced dead on Twitter. No cause of death was reported yet.
Okay. I don't know, Ron. You're going to have to ask Manuel on that one. That's all I can say. All right. Here's our friend Tony Tenko, friend of the channel, subscriber, and he's a member of the Telegram chat group, which, you should also join. Also, let me say this. The link in the description is now correct. I hadn't checked it in a while. I did check it like a couple months ago and it still worked. But it was brought to my attention that it wasn't working. I verified it wasn't working. I updated it. It's now working. So test it for yourself. See if it's working and join the chat with me and Lynn and Tony Tenko.
I got you. So I guess A lot of people out there either upset because CEO Adam Aaron, the man I call the old genius, got caught with his pants down. Once in a while, everybody gets caught with their pants down. It doesn't matter how it is, how they got caught. Thing is, people get caught with their pants down, and when they realize it, you know, to them, you know, they made a mistake, or to them it was humorous, or they had to just get something out that they didn't care. They got caught with their pants down. So this particular man, right, the CEO, Adam Aaron, was feeling freaky that day, right? And he went on social media and he found a lady that was there to entertain him, but the lady that was entertaining him,
she was there for entertainment purposes. Yes. Choke on that. Okay. I'm going to put the link to Tony's video, not in the chat. And we'll check out a little bit more, but
supposedly was a minor, but
yeah, this
later
is concerning.
There was a 34-year-old woman, check this out, from New York City, from the Bronx, trying to lure this guy and extort him for money. Did you believe that? Come on, I guess that lady was having fun too, seeing a senior citizen's cock.
Okay, that's a good place to move on. Good job, Tony. We love and appreciate you. Now, shoot, I copied the wrong link. Okay, I'm gonna let's see here. Okay, this is just kind of funny. This is
a new report from Semaphore saying that AMC's CEO Adam Aaron was the victim of a blackmail plot in 2022. The report saying that Aaron sent sexually explicit images and messages during weeks-long communications with a woman who tried to extort hundreds of thousands of dollars from him using fake identities. The report says Aaron never compromised company information, didn't pay the blackmail, and reported the events to the FBI earlier this summer. Bronx woman pleaded guilty to scamming a victim number one. That's how I believe some of this came about. We'll talk about that in a second. Who Semaphore now says was Adam Aaron. Semaphore's business and finance editor Liz Hoffman reports what exactly transpired, and she joins.
I've never seen this woman before, but boy, they picked the right one to explain this one. Okay.
Maybe it's a movie, or at least a TV show. What happened here?
Oh, it's definitely a movie. Oh, yeah.
It's actually sort of a simple story, which is, you know, about 15 months ago, there was an indictment, a federal indictment in Southern District, that it charged this woman with essentially catfishing and blackmailing an unnamed CEO. And at the time, there was a couple of days where everyone's kind of talking about it, and then just went away. And it turns out it was Adam Aaron, who at the time was in the middle of this crazy meme ride, right? Like had really become a very public figure, and really overexposed himself.
Adam's
he really overexposed himself. Her face. I don't know why. That was just hilarious. I thought it was anyway. Okay. What do we have here? What do we have here?
Courtesy flush. We give you all of the nutrients and flush out the bush. I haven't been making too many AMC videos because, you know, we are all down and
because why?
And, you know,
because why?
Nothing happening in the stock. But now that we have this degenerate of a CEO, Adam Aaron, you know, I could squeeze out one more, okay? And
hey,
as you can see by the thumbnail,
he's a degenerate now, so he is an ape. He's one of them now.
Yeah. His D pick was hilarious. Listen, dude, you have a guy making millions of dollars. Millions. I know he took millions from us. And he's over here playing on his phone, getting catfished? Catfished. Like, you old geezer. You need to stop. I mean, you couldn't go to some type of massage parlor or something? Dude, this is just disgusting, sickening, and...
What's he doing in a classroom? Is this an actual classroom?
Mr. Potato Head. Just, dude. Seems like AMC stock isn't the only thing going up, if you know what I mean. But he called, I mean, look, just because he came out with it on Twitter, like, okay, I'm not going to be,
I'm pretty sure I've seen this guy before.
Dollars. Okay, just because you came out and said anything, what do you want this to hurry up and go away? Well, I won't let it, and I'm pretty sure none of us apes will let it go away, because you should be ashamed of yourself. Okay, now I'm a man as well, but I'm an up close and personal type of guy. I'm not gonna be talking about some Russian ballerina, dude. I wonder how deep this hole goes, because this is just like, this is really, maybe it could just be his little hedge fund buddies or getting him out the way, but we'll never know. Maybe.
Why would they do that?
Going out, and
he's helped them so much.
Everyone who held is,
right?
Gradually seeing their accounts go up, and
just go to Nevada. Go to Las Vegas.
Squeeze. I mean, Adam Aarons, he's been trying to squeeze something, but
it's not fun if it's legal, right?
Yeah. But I mean, it's looking up, with the Beyonce and Taylor Swift thing. So, I'm just holding and waiting. Like I said, I've been trading options on the spot every single day, either up or down, whatever trends I see.
We got ourselves a degen here.
And looking at those candlesticks, and I've been trying to make some money elsewhere in the market besides just AMC. AMC is like,
that's good.
I told you, like, it's just a long hold. It's what I'm going to be.
Came for the squeeze, stayed for the long hold.
Because the way things are looking now, hey, I don't know. But I'm not going to be the one that's every day like, oh, AMC just went up a penny. But to each his own. But Adam, yeah, you really did it this time, bub. You are a disgrace to the human race. You should be ashamed of yourself. And then you got caught, okay? And there's pictures of some black girl floating around on the internet. I hope that's not her, okay? Because ew.
That's the one that's the one that it was. Not the one that he thought it was. Now, does anybody remember Diamond Dave? We looked at a video by this guy Diamond Dave before, and I don't know why I just thought of him. I think at first I thought that this guy was Diamond Dave, and then I saw that it wasn't. But then I looked up Diamond Dave, and he's got a lot of AMC videos, mostly from previously. Houston Wade 2 years ago, but he's got some interesting titles, and I think this is the one we watched before. That's the only one that I've watched here, it looks like. It's called, where is it? How the AMC / GameStop stock movement created massive bag holders. That sounds about right. That sounds like the one that we would have watched. Diamond David Lee Roth. No. But how about this one? This is from 2 years ago. The AMC stock short squeeze is finished. Kaput. It's over. I'm intrigued.
William.
We'll just catch a little bit of it.
Also known as Diamond Dave, the founder of the highest paid part-time job in the Rent Options training program. What we're going to really quickly break down is why the AMC short squeeze play is pretty much over. It's pretty much, finute or kaput or however you want to, say it. Kind of give you my analysis of
July 23rd, 2021. Now, compare and contrast this to Trey, who at this very same time of July 2021, he was sitting there in whatever hotel room he hadn't gotten kicked out of yet, eating his Subway and sitting there putting his hands together like he was praying and saying, guys, I really believe that the squeeze hasn't happened yet. It's still coming. It's coming this month. I swear. Please trust me, bro. That's what Trey was saying in July 2021. What was Diamond Dave saying?
This is not going to be financial advice. It's not investment advice. This is primarily for entertainment and also education.
And the thing is, this probably has more information than any of these other clowns that use that disclaimer.
And also information. This is just my personal perspective, right? So I want you to take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt. Don't take it personal. It's not an attack on you. It's just my analysis of this particular play. And so what we're looking at is this AMC entertainment play, ticker AMC. And a lot of people have bought into this particular play because they believe that it had short squeeze potential. So first thing we want to understand, any sustained quote unquote short squeeze, when I say sustained, I mean over 2 days, is very unlikely. One of the things that you can look at when you're looking at statistics is days to cover, which is how many days would it take for the shorts to cover their plays. Normally you can see how many days it would take. So that will kind of give you the extent of the short squeeze. Doesn't mean the velocity of the short squeeze.
Wow, you can really see the overhead supply zone on this chart right here.
Most stocks trade within a range, probably 85 to 90% of the time. The 10% of the time they break out, whether it's going to be breaking out up or breaking out down. So based on your understanding of those particular things, if you believe
basically this whole candle right here,
understand that any sustained short squeeze, quote unquote short squeeze, is going to be very, very unlikely. Okay. So it doesn't mean that you can't take advantage of it. And we're going to kind of show this on this chart, but then we're going to show you on the chart why you don't normally see a sustained short squeeze. And a lot of times we're in this era now where people believe that any massive move on a stock is a short squeeze. And that really comes from a lack of understanding about the market.
Correct. And they also believe that any downward price movement is, wait for it, naked short selling. Oh yeah. Any stock that goes up a lot is a short squeeze. Any stock that goes down either by a lot or consistently is being naked shorted into the ground. You cannot change my mind on that. That's just the way it is. Just the way it is.
Because it's more exciting to believe that everything is a short squeeze. Maybe like, 600, 700 years ago, people believed that, weather patterns were gods fighting in the sky. That was more exciting than just to understand it's a weather pattern. So we're kind of dealing with that same kind of human psychology to where if we see a stock moving up in a really, really bullish position or, taking a lot of, bullish activity, we believe it has to be because of a short squeeze as opposed to it's just a lot of people buying the stock at this particular time. So let's go ahead and get into it. I'm gonna kind of give you my analysis of it.
Voice chat room not open. Voice chat not open. Really? Well, I see it, but I'll leave it and I'll create it again. You see it now?
So what we're looking at is we're looking at AMC, right? Currently right now it's trading at around 35.78. Wanted to put this out.
Wow.
Was having some technical issues, so I couldn't.
And yes, that's pre-split, pre-reverse split.
Couldn't do it. So what we're gonna do first is we're gonna go to a 5-year, right? So I want you to see this whole thing in context. So we're going to a 5-year starting around 2014. It's kind of smushing our time period, but I want to show you this first, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do basic technical analysis. So what do I mean by basic technical analysis? I'm always trying to find support and resistance, right? I don't care about anything else because to me, if you can't find support and resistance, I'm trying to figure out what else you're trying to look for because what you want to kind of figure.
So, I'm not going to continue with this because, I can tell that he's going to talk about stuff actually and not just naked shorts and hedgies and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, Diamond Dave, he just popped into my head randomly. So there were people, this is the thing. There were people at the time that were saying other things, but they didn't get any, they didn't come up in search results. I mean, this video has been out for 2.5 years, only got 1,300 views. He only has 7,000 subs. So anyway, Diamond Dave. Yeah, what is a dislike? Oh, he's hiding the dislikes. Lynn, there she is. Good evening. And
Howdy, hi.
hey, how you doing today?
I'm doing okay. Hang on, my earbuds are distorting. Let me fix this and I'll be right back.
Yeah, take the distortion off because I'm putting distortion on my side. I got a nice slight crunchy sound on your voice. No, I'm just kidding. I have your voice running through a full Marshall stack. and then I got a microphone on that, and then that's what's going out to the world. No, no. Okay. I could put it on a Vox if you prefer. Fender? Anyway, she'll come back. And while she is configuring her stuff, maybe just for a little change in scenery, how about the old AMC stock subreddit, huh? Yeah, what happened? She's still in, no, she's still in there actually, Ron. Where are you, Ron? I mean, why are you not in the voice channel? Donnie, we'll get to Donnie. Donnie's got some good stuff. He's got some good stuff. All about Taylor Swift. Can the manipulation be more obvious, please?
Okay.
Oh, I think he's hey, are you here?
I am. I don't know if you can hear me. I had to ditch the earbuds and just go with the phone speaker. So
It's yeah, it's
if I sound like I'm in a tin can.
yeah, it's a little tin canny, but I can work with it. Go ahead. Go ahead, Lynn.
Okay, hang on. I'm trying to multitask here. It's not really working. So what's up?
Oh, you know, just
CEO Adam do? What did he do? What was he thinking? He wasn't thinking.
he wasn't thinking. He was thinking with the wrong head. That's what we say there in that
He
case.
was thinking with the wrong head, and you know.
Okay, before you go into your thoughts on this, can you just talk a little bit about your background and why we care what you think about this?
Oh, I'm a corporate whore from way back. I've worked for many CEOs in many different industries, typically in the capacity of like an executive assistant. So basically, I was their red folder. You know, I was the person that kept them on track and screened their calls and screened their email and typed up their minutes and typed up their reports and, you know, basically did all the little administrative things that the CEO doesn't have time to do, but has to do as part of his position.
Yeah.
So I've held the hand and sat very closely with several CEOs from very large, like Fortune 500 companies. And I got to understand how CEOs think, what they prioritize, what they care about, what they don't care about, and basic personality traits that they all pretty much share across the board, which is a tendency towards narcissism. If not pull out narcissists, they have narcissistic tendencies. They're extremely focused, extremely driven, and little things like, you know, getting caught being catfished for extorted for money for your dick pic is such a minor thing on their radar that I'm not really surprised that he just came out and said, well, let me tell you guys what happened, because, you know, someone's going to read about it somewhere, and he knows it's better to get in front of the news than be behind it. So it doesn't surprise me that he came out and kind of made this announcement and played it off like, oh, well, now that the investigation's over, you know, the FBI are so happy with me for bringing it to their attention and cooperating then they caught the person. Yay.
Right.
Justice has been served.
Yeah.
But in his mind, it's more about, she didn't extort me. Okay. She tried to extort me. She didn't get a penny out of me. And that's to him, that's a win, right?
Yeah.
Like the dick pic thing is not really a loss. It's kind of inconvenient and probably not even really embarrassing.
I was going to ask, is it embarrassing? Is he embarrassed by that? Or does he care? I mean,
I don't think he really cares. I mean, it's maybe slightly awkward.
if he had been extorted,
the other CEOs can laugh about over a round of golf, or
sure. If he had been extorted,
so
or sextorted, if you will, if he had been extorted,
she didn't extort him. She tried to. She tried to. She didn't get any money out of him. So that's
if she had succeeded, though, that would be ultimately embarrassing, right? That would be terrible.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Right.
Because if you can't outsmart some scammer, how can you?
Right.
How can you run your business?
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Okay. I'm with you so far.
How can you dodge all the bullets that are fired at you all day long, quarter after quarter, earnings report after earnings report? How can you dodge those bullets if you can't dodge the bullet of like some idiot in Brooklyn, And believe me, he knew she wasn't a Russian ballerina.
Yeah, that's that's ridiculous.
It really is. He knew exactly what was going on. He rolled the dice, he crapped out, but it's still a win because she didn't get any money out of him.
And like the story of like, oh, I thought it was somebody, I thought it was somebody that I did unspeakable things with previously. Like, what? I mean, okay, all right, Adam. Yeah, great cover. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, but it makes in the narrative that he's trying to create, or that he created, or that was put out, let's say, that's a great, I mean, that makes sense. Now he explains, oh yeah, I thought it was this person. I'm old, I can't remember everybody, yada, yada, yada. So I just thought that was an interesting detail about it. That it wasn't just that he was randomly doing it. He thought it was somebody that he did this with before, kind of thing. So it's not like he does it all the time.
He knows that this story will be buried. He knows that this is a temporary blip. It's not even going to stay on the news radar, in the cycle, as long as, say, the reverse split. There's so many other things that he has kind of had to navigate his way through since the run up to, $70 and drop back down. That's much more of a burden or a pressure, or, it's really, actually, it's exciting. CEOs kind of live for this kind of stuff because otherwise their job would be very dry and very boring. So when there is some kind of flare up, quite often they actually live for that, because it keeps the job from being really dull. It's like, oh, look, this is some fun, because they're playing a game that's so far ahead of where we think they are. They're looking months and years down the road,
right,
at what's going to happen and how they're going to, where they're going to, steer the ship. So when some little thing like this comes up, that's obviously not going to end their career, it's not going to end their job, it's probably not even going to end their marriage, it's probably not going to change a whole lot of anything, except they'll be talked about for a little while, and they'll have to take some heat, and that's okay, because they're all very thick-skinned. You don't get to be a CEO of a major corporation if you're not very thick-skinned and able to let most things just kind of roll off you. Like, you just laugh and say, okay, well,
yeah,
it's fun though. So
and
this is something that's just going to be a blip on the radar, and then it's going to go away and everyone's going to forget about it, and it's really not going to change anything for him.
Right.
Now, he's also the chairman of the board besides being the CEO. So it's not like the board's going to rise up and oust him because he did. The board doesn't care. It doesn't
Yeah.
affect them. I mean, they might have to go, yeah, our boss, he's like a little bit of an adrenaline junkie. He does take some risks sometimes that he probably shouldn't, but you know what? We got a good check, and so we're happy. We're happy here. And you just kind of brush it aside and don't worry about it too much. And
Yeah.
he's not worried about it too much. In fact, if he acts like he is worried about it, then that's exactly what that is. It's an act.
There's a bit of,
Playing to
yeah.
the room.
Isn't there some, like in this class of people, and I don't want to generalize, overgeneralize, but I mean, isn't there, I don't want to say full-blown narcissism, but aren't there some narcissistic traits that kind of go with the territory in these types of levels? Like in terms of, you know, not caring or being emotionally kind of stoic, or not getting hung up on the emotional, moral, ethical aspects of it. It's kind of, you know, a little like like um like chauvinistic stuff, you know, is not, I mean, this shit's been going on forever in these circles, right? So
It's not even it's not even chauvinistic, okay? It's a sense of superiority, a sense of being untouchable, and the inability to feel less than anyone else around you, whatever you do, because it's all justified.
yeah.
So to a narcissist, any action they take is in order to, it's the narcissism protecting itself, right? It's not even the person necessarily. It's like the narcissism, which is almost like a whole other, it's like having a second being living
A cancer
inside
of some kind or something. Yeah, right.
you. Kind of, yeah, or maybe a demon. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I like
Something
that better. Demon, that's better. Yeah.
that.
For sure.
But to them, anything they do is justified. Okay. It's a reasonable action that makes perfect sense. And if nobody else can understand why they did it, then that's really their problem. And it just means that they're not as intelligent or as savvy or as socially, you know, adept or as able to, you know, win the game as they are. So there's really, he feels like there's really no need to explain it. The only reason that he did is because he knew that sooner or later somebody was going to find it and it was going to come out. And it's much better to be ahead than behind when those kind of headlines break. But there's no, ultimately, it's not going to affect him. It's not going to affect his job. It's not going to affect his career. It's not going to affect his marriage or his social circle. If anything, it's like, you know, negative press is still press. So it keeps his name and it keeps AMC being hashtagged. And if people are making dick jokes, okay, let them, whatever. They,
right.
know,
yeah.
You know, and anybody who says, oh, well, he, you know, he thought it was, he got catfished by, no, he knew exactly what he was doing. And he probably, you know, would have paid a reasonable sum, but she probably started demanding some exorbitant amount. And he just said, okay, that's it, game over. Now you're being stupid. I would toss you a couple grand, but you know, you want that much money? No, you're not going to get that much money. Go ahead. You know, you're the one who's going to go to jail, not me. And did he think she was underage? Does it matter? She wasn't. She's 24, I think, right? Some 20 something. So it really doesn't even matter if he thought she was a 17-year-old Russian ballerina, which he didn't.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. He did not.
Yeah.
He knew.
Right.
He knew that she was something, but not that. You know, he was just having a good time.
Yeah.
So even if he thought that she was underage, it doesn't matter because it's catfishing, it's online, and it takes two to tango. You know, he knew what he was doing and he just didn't give a fuck. And why should he? Because it's not going to change anything for him. And in fact, he won because she didn't get any money and she's going to jail. And, you know,
and he was the victim. So his name is cleared. Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. You have to see it from his perspective. And in his mind, he's not even thinking about, okay, he said his piece, he's moved on, and he's already thinking about like the next board meeting's agenda and, you know, what shops he's going to have to close or, keep open, and what's the labor cost, what's the cost of goods. What, he's looking at numbers. He's already like done and over with this whole thing, and people can make dick pic jokes until 10 years from now, and he doesn't care. He doesn't read it. He doesn't think about it. He doesn't care. And if some of the jokes are good, he might even laugh.
Yeah.
So it's a completely different mindset.
He probably would.
Somebody like just you pluck a regular dude off the street and put him in this situation, he's probably going to be humiliated and maybe suicidal and just crushed and embarrassed.
Yeah.
And regretful and all that. That's not your average CEO. It's not even a blip on their radar. It's just like, a fly on the wall that they just hit with the fly swatter and now it's dead. And let's move on to the next thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. That makes total sense. And this is the perspective that, it's not immediately apparent to normal people like me. Because I would think about it like, differently. So it's good to hear that perspective. And I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot, but did you have to deal with anything like, not from a, not being involved, one of the parties involved necessarily, but did you have to ever do, I'll use the Lou term, any cleanup operations of this kind of stuff? Is that in your job description when you do that type of job? Or is this really in the personal realm?
But
Mhm.
hand holding.
Ah.
I've done some hand holding.
Okay.
But it's not while they whine and cry. It's while they like curse and throw stuff and,
Yeah. Right.
like go, who the fuck do they think they are? They think they're going to try to pull this shit on me. That's not going to happen. Get my lawyer on the phone.
Right.
And I was the person who would call the lawyer and explain the situation. So yeah, I've seen more than one CEO, I'm going to say more than one, less than 5. Okay. Numbers in there somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Go through a situation not exactly like this. One was financially oriented, and another one had to do with like a merger and acquisition. It wasn't quite insider trading, but it bordered on it. It could have easily slipped into white collar crime territory, but it was stopped before that happened. So, I've seen situations like this and sat there and been the person who kind of, listened to them vent and was their sounding board. And, my job was not really so much to offer ideas, but just to kind of listen while they talk themselves through it and come to their own conclusion about what to do, which was the correct thing to do every time. Because when you're the CEO of a company this large, and you've been a CEO of other very large companies, these guys all got there by trial by fire. You climb and claw and sweat your way up to the top of that particular food chain. And you don't get there by just rolling over and saying, okay, how much money do you want to not tell anybody about the dick pic? They go, no, tell people. I don't give a fuck. You're not getting that kind of money out of me. You know how much money I have. Well, guess what? You're not getting it. I don't care if you put my dick pic on the New York Times, front page or on a marquee in Times Square. They just don't care. They just don't care. And it's pretty cool. In a way, you got to admire them for being able to just not give a fuck.
Right. Yeah.
In the most broad sense of the phrase.
Yeah.
But they don't. And,
in a professional sense, and like a very professional way. Yeah. Well,
it's unusual for somebody in that position to blow off some steam by doing something like that. It could be a DUI. It could be, dick pics on the internet.
Yeah.
It could be, going to the dark web for, Adderall. I don't know, something, right?
Yeah.
They're still human.
Wait, you can get Adderall in the dark? You can get Adderall in the dark web? I'm just kidding.
I don't know.
I don't.
I couldn't find the dark web if it had a directional sign pointing to it.
Somehow I got added to a drug Telegram group. I opened up Telegram and I was a member of this group that I've never joined, and it's got like all this drug stuff. Like, I don't know. I haven't tried them. I'm not going to. But anyway, you could get it on Telegram.
That's kind of a weird thing to have a Telegram group for.
It is. It really is.
That's
but
the modern age now.
the kids are the kids these days. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, that's my take on the whole thing is that it's unfortunate, but it's more unfortunate for everybody else than it is for him. I mean, the person that I feel the worst for is his wife, although she doesn't care either.
She probably doesn't. No.
There's a certain amount of shit that you will put up with, or that many people will put up with. They will sell out their moral compass to live that life of having that kind of income and not have to worry, not have to work, have a nice car to drive, have nice vacations.
Hell,
separate vacations. Maybe you have separate homes.
Right. We don't know what their domestic situation is.
But I'm keeping the place in Florida, and you can have the one in Texas. And
we don't know. And hell, the apes have already done that, and they never even got rich. They never even achieved the lifestyle. They in their mind, and the way that they interact with other people who are not members of the cult, for example, like us, I feel like they're already there in their own mind. They've already adopted that narcissism. Maybe they had it beforehand, though. So, but I mean, it works for somebody like Adam Aaron because he's proven him. He's got a proven record. He's a professional. So yeah, I mean, the real victims are the wives and girlfriends of the AMC holders. Anyway. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you. I've had a little drop out there.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Oh, you weren't? No.
Did you ask me something? I don't know.
No.
I lost a little chunk of the conversation there.
Oh, I was saying that the apes, you said that, there's a certain amount of, I don't know, propriety or whatever you said that people will give up in order to have the life of, a CEO or an executive, or to be married to one. The apes they've did that, and they never even achieved that level of success ever. So,
no, they didn't.
And they can't get away with it the same way. Consequently, that's all I was saying. But
yeah, it's many times you see it when the rich older CEO marries, the hot young model or whatever.
Yeah.
Is she really interested in him? No, of course not. Come on.
Right.
She's got like a guy on the side that's her age and her peer group, and he looks the other way, and
yeah, I was going to say he probably knows it, and yeah, exactly. It's a different lifestyle, right?
Met gala together, and in the limo, and it's like, okay, whatever. You just you make it work, because where else are you going to get an opportunity to live that lifestyle? So, and I don't know if I don't even know who his wife is, and she's probably pissed off at him.
Sure.
But,
would it be embarrassing for her? Would she be embarrassed, do you think?
Yeah, I think she would be embarrassed that he got caught, or that he,
yeah, that it was publicized, that it made it
careless, reckless, kind of sloppy.
And
I'm not saying that he's like a serial internet dick picker.
Yeah,
that's probably not.
We're not alleging that. But, yeah, no.
But when you have that kind of money, you could hire a really high class, like Heidi Fleiss level escort, who's going to keep your name in a little black book, and no one's going to know, and they're going to be very discreet. You can easily do that instead of like slumming it on the internet.
Yeah.
which is kind of what he did. He kind of went slumming, you know, and as he may be a boomer, this, that, the other thing, but you know, he's tech savvy enough to know what catfishing is. And I'm sure he's watched the TV show a few times. So he should have been able to catch the signs. I think he was just probably having a good time.
Do we know how he found this woman? How they
too much money, and he put his foot down and said no, and that's kind of how it played out.
Right?
Like it's all fun and games until somebody wants $250,000.
Sure. I wonder if do we know? And I'm just putting this question out there. Do we know how he found I don't know if she found him or he found her. Do we know how, or I wonder how they came together? Like, how did they find each other?
I imagine she probably sought him out. Although from what I understand of her, he seems like an unlikely target, but maybe that's why she picked him, you know?
Yeah.
Catfishers go for victims that they think they have a shot at
at
succeeding with. So,
and we've talked about this before, and the SEC has even mentioned this in some of their propaganda, or well, you know, public service materials, that people over the age of 60 are at a much higher risk of being scammed by these types of things, internet scams, or you know, catfishing or what have you. They're targeted. They're at more risk.
Yeah, I think that maybe it's a trust thing, you know. Boomers tend to be more trusting because back in the day, scams were not so, they were more obvious, you know. They weren't quite as clever. They weren't quite
Some of them are cleverly disguised now. Yeah, absolutely.
But he should have known, he must have known quickly what the game was that was being played. You know, Russian ballerinas aren't just floating around the internet looking for you know, middle-aged CEOs. It's not. I think they're probably practicing their on points and pirouettes and stuff. They're probably down at the dance studio stretching out or something. So wrapping their feet. So, you know, he had to have at least had a clue. It may have started out as just like a flirtation, and then, you know, I think quickly it moved into, I don't know how she could even talk him into that. Maybe it was like a 6 Scotch night, and his judgment just kind of, you know, went sideways. But it ended when she asked for too much money. She wasn't going to get the money, and as soon as he realized that that's what it was about, it was game over, and I'm going to the feds, you know, have fun in jail. I'm not going to jail, but you're going to jail.
Yeah.
Because maybe he thought she was underage. It doesn't matter what he thought. It's what it is. And what it is her catfishing him. And, you know, he just went to the cops, and the cops said, okay, we're on it. And boom. And then once it was published in any kind of court database, then somebody, you know, some journalist who's just cruising through the filings looking for something to report on is going to stumble upon it at some point. So it's much better to step up front and say, oh yeah, this happened, but you know, the feds took care of it, and she didn't get my money, and now let's get back to business.
Well, just like he would do with just like he would do, or in terms of like the CEOs or executives would do with an issue with the company, they want to get out in front of it, right? So they want to they want to play the first card so that they're in control. Am I wrong? Is that right? I mean, yeah. So he's just doing that. It seems like, I mean, all things considered, it was a pretty success. I mean, you know, he was successful in doing that. So.
Oh yeah. Like I said, it's a win for him. It's a win in his mind, and it's a win legally. It's definitely a win, and it's always better to be out in front and controlling the narrative than to have it come up behind you and, you know, blindside you. So he was going to let that happen. And this way he does control the narrative, and it's, you know, his word against nothing, because she can't say anything because she's the criminal. So, you know, not like
right.
you can get on X and say, oh, no, that's not how it went. It was really like this. No one's going to hear her side because
right.
she's going to jail. So, you know, like I said, if somebody makes the joke that's funny enough, he might even laugh at it if he's actually even, you know, reading it, which he might do just because he finds it funny. You know,
I wonder if he's still.
It's so interesting that he might have a dick pic out there, like,
right,
and everyone wants to see it. So no one's ever going to see it. You know, no one's going to see it. The FBI will make sure.
Well, if anybody can find it, Manuel will find it. So, I mean, he hasn't found it yet. So, but I got a page up here.
Probably been about it's been as scrubbed as you can get, you know.
Probably.
And that's the other thing, is that they're going to pop up and people are going to say, oh, this is it, I have it. No, they don't. Nobody has it. Anybody who has it says, you know,
right, right. Yeah, sure.
Shit, basically.
Well, first of all, bless you for saying X and not Twitter. I think you're the first person I've had a conversation with who said X and not Twitter. So, well, congratulations
to do that.
Congratulations on that. You know, number 2, I got a page up here from Help Guide. Yeah. Don't let Elon Musk win, okay? Helpguide.org says elder fraud cost Americans over the age of 60 more than $966 million in 2020, according to the FBI's Internet Crime Complaint Center. Just as a bit of trivia, you know, almost $1 billion, you know, I mean, in 2020. Yeah.
We had an AT, oh no, it was who's our service provider? It's not Comcast. It's well, whoever our internet service provider is, I can't think of it.
I don't know. California. Yeah.
This guy called and said, we're doing a promotion with Target, and you won't have to make any payments on your bill for 5 months, and then you'll just have to pay $50 a month for a year. So it'll save you $1,000 over 2 years on your internet bill. But what you have to do is you have to go buy 3 Target gift cards, 2 for $100.
Oh yeah.
$50.
Oh yeah.
Call this number to, you know, and my roommate who got the call, she came and she put the guy on the speakerphone, you know, so of course I immediately start firing questions at him, and he got very frustrated, and that's how I knew it was a scam, because he was like, ma'am, I told you at the beginning, I told you already. You know,
he's
really pissed off,
and his voice probably gave it away to you at first. I mean, like,
totally gave it away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every time I would ask him a question, he was just like, you could hear the steam coming out of his ears. And I said, you know, I don't know. Just like, how are you guys going to redeem a Target gift card? Like, what's in it for you if it's a Target gift card?
Asking too many questions.
How is the company making any money off of it? I you know, he didn't like that question. So yeah, there's scams like that that you know, people do fall for.
Yeah. Yep.
And especially when times are tough and everyone's looking to save money wherever they can. If you think you're going to save $1,000 on your internet over 2 years, okay, that sounds like a pretty good deal, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, you know, but yeah, it's a scam. So, and they do, I think, target probably the senior population, because a lot of seniors just don't think like that. They don't think that some guy's going to impersonate someone from their internet service provider and tell them to Target gift cards to, you know, save 50% on their internet service.
And that's like
very, very pushy. This guy was extremely pushy. So.
Oh yeah.
And we hung up on him.
And that's just like verbal communications. I mean, if we want to talk about email phishing and that kind of stuff, if you have time to perfect a counterfeit document to make it look like it came from someone's bank and has a link, a fake, I mean, it's a real link, but it goes to a fake site that looks like the bank, where you put in your username and password, well, congratulations, you just handed over your credentials. And, you know, all kinds of people fall for that shit. I mean, maybe less now because the email will say this message looks weird, or whatever. But you know, I used to I used to teach at this school, and we got an email one morning. It said, yeah, unfortunately, one of our office staff fell for a phishing scam and sent all of the employees W-2s to this scammer. So they have your name and your address and your social security number and your date of birth, everything. And I'm like, oh, okay. So they literally emailed a PDF document with 100 employees W-2s, and apparently they did. And this was somebody, in their 40s or something, an office administrator, something like that. First of all, why'd they have access to the W-2s? Secondly, okay. So just, what they did was they gave us all free credit monitoring protection for like a year or something. It was bullshit, And I said, hey, if you want to assume my identity, if you want to take this credit score on, go for it. Yeah, you picked the wrong person.
No, I've had my ID, thieved 3 times. One from the Office of Personnel Management, which was, that's kind of a great thought. The biggest government database of all the government employees, names and information. So that's a little. The second time was Verizon, and the third time was some third-party payment vendor. So Verizon and the OPM both gave me like lifetime credit monitoring, which is great. But at the same time, I'm like, you want to steal my identity, you're going to really regret it.
Korax says his favorite slogan to scam me would be, I have to have money in my bank account first. That's exactly right. I want you to respond to this comment this comment here that Ron made. He said, surprised he didn't burn her. Surprised he didn't burn her.
Well, in a way, he did.
Yeah, that was one thought I had. He kind of did. I mean, she got arrested, I guess, right, or whatever. She going to jail, fined. I don't know. Yeah, right.
Yeah, but I mean, she's probably being held. She's been indicted at least.
But like socially, in terms of, is that something that you would see somebody like Adam Aaron doing? Not getting the authorities involved, but burning her like in the court of public opinion, let's say.
No, because that's like that's so many rungs on the below.
Oh wait, never mind. He was talking about the laser burn from his laser eyes in that picture where he's staring at Cat Striker's boobs. So
the way I blame her for starting it. She's probably what set him down that dark path.
Probably. And first I thought he meant like, I'm surprised he didn't burn her by giving her an STD. But then I'm like, well, I guess you can't do that over the internet yet. You can't do it yet. Elon Musk will find a way, though. I believe in him.
Yeah. If anybody can.
Okay. Sorry, Ron. That was a misunderstanding. But if you were in
Homelander,
if you came in voice, no, he didn't. If you came in voice chat with us, then I wouldn't have misinterpreted that comment. So just FYI, just trying to get Ron in here. Yeah. So anyway, okay. Never mind. I mean, we talk about Cat Striker. I said Cat Striker may already have the pic. She may already have the picture for all we know from before. Who knows?
She may be the picture. She may be the. That was my first thought, actually, when I kind of heard the background story.
Was it Cat?
Oh,
yeah,
it's her.
I thought it was.
Tried to do the ultimate rug pull.
Right. I don't know.
I think that's the case. I don't know. I don't really think that's the case.
Tony doesn't think it's the case. From that big Moass boat in the sky, Tony says, nah, Anyway, rest in peace.
He's been immortalized.
He has.
On the soundboard.
He has. I mean, what an honor.
I can only hope to achieve such a goal.
Oh yeah. Well, your voice is recorded on here for posterity, so you're never getting.
That's good.
You never live this shit down. Yeah.
That's fine.
Wonderful.
It's fine with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my take on CEO Adams' perspective on this whole thing. Is like, to him it's like, meh, it happened. She didn't get the money.
It didn't
get the money. She didn't get the money. Nobody's getting the money.
Nobody's getting the money except Adam Aaron. He's got the money. He's got the $42 million. And
yeah,
if the apes had any doubt as to why he can command such a salary, I mean, I think this is an example. Like the way that this was, and I'm not glorifying it, I'm not condoning it, but I'm just saying they could have gone a different way, probably. It could have gone a different way.
Oh, absolutely. If
he hadn't gotten out in front of it,
her money, then
then
I think the doors that would have opened, that would have ruined his career.
That
for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
So really, in the world of internet catfishing scams, he played it exactly right.
Yeah. So in a way, it's a bit.
Sent her a couple $1,000 for the poor ballerina who needed new shoes,
Right. Yeah.
to do Swan Lake in. But I'm sure she asked for something exorbitant and threatened him. And the one thing that you don't ever do to a narcissist is threaten them.
Oh, yeah. We learned that the hard way with Marantz. Just kidding. I mean, we don't threaten people.
You don't threaten a narcissist.
No. No.
Especially not about something they value. And his social status, I don't think he really gives a fuck about that. I think he's probably got a pretty good sense of humor, because otherwise he never would have put his foot through that crack in the door called, AMC MOAS theory.
Oh yeah.
Apes and the silverback and all that.
Right.
He's been chuckling all the way to the bank over all of this.
Sure.
It's like, okay, that's funny. They're funny. That's funny. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's make some more money.
And you could see last year when his or maybe it was early this year. I think it might have been early this year when his attitude sort of started to change towards the apes. Like he started getting annoyed with them, and he called them out on Twitter. It was Twitter at the time, so I'm going to say Twitter. And he I forget exactly what he said, but his demeanor changed a little bit, and he stopped. And then that's when, like, one of the recent quarterly filing reports said, we may not be able to count on retail investor support going forward or something like that. And it's like, yeah, you were all about the retail investor support. So it's just interesting. And I wonder at what point if there is a point, if this point would ever come, that he would regret having courted the apes in the way that he did. But he made so much money from it that, maybe he wouldn't regret it. I don't know. Or maybe he would just get sick of it and be like, basically do what he did. I don't know. But I definitely noticed a change in his demeanor and tone towards the apes when they started bringing up the conspiracy theories and all that kind of stuff. Remember, he said the idiot from Boston on that one recording in the parking garage when somebody illegally recorded a conversation with him, for example. So I don't know. I don't know if that point would ever come. But I mean, shit.
He was kind of over it with them the first time that they squashed the ability for them to, dilute shares and raise some capital. And
yeah,
he quickly realized that they, just like he doesn't give a fuck about the catfisher, they don't really give a fuck about AMC.
Correct.
And the longevity of the business,
the
well-being and health of the business. They just wanted their, short squeeze.
Yep.
Take their money and go buy Lambos. So there's no loyalty there to the company.
Yeah.
Right. So obviously they don't really give a fuck about his baby, his business that he puts his, sweat and tears and time and effort into. So why should he really care about them? And it would not necessarily be appropriate for him to care about them anyway. That's
correct. Right.
kind of a conflict of interest right there. So,
yeah,
as much as he would encourage them and kind of try to do, he tried to do little promotional things. He did what he could. You get a free
no, he definitely he did more.
So
I think you even said this, that he did more. He involved them more than a CEO typically would. I'm pretty sure that you mentioned that at some point. Yeah. So, but here's a question for you, Lynn.
Them what he could.
Here's a question for you. Why, after the first time when the apes made it clear in 2021 that they weren't interested in approving more share dilution, right? Why did they never actually put it on for a vote? So even this year or last year when they issued the ape, they referenced the fact that retail investors, were not interested in allowing us to raise money this way. But as far as I know, and we've been watching this the whole time too, they never, it was never formalized in any way. The only way that he knew about that, as far as I know, was from like being on Trey's channel when he had those interviews with him, and maybe seeing stuff on Twitter and Reddit and whatever. But I wonder why they never pursued it, either like by putting feelers out and just asking, or even just putting it on the putting it up for a vote. And okay, if they still think that, they'll vote no. But why? Like, I feel like they said, the ape said no, no more shares until we have our squeeze, and then there was nothing about it, and then all of a sudden you have the ape dividend. You know what I mean? I just don't know why wouldn't they ask? And then see, they didn't have enough votes. He pulled the vote twice. Well, but how do they know they didn't have enough votes? Through circumstantial evidence on Twitter and Reddit? That's my question. Because we know that it's true. It's not true that apes owned 90% of the float. We know that they never owned 90% of the float. And a good chunk of those shares were held by institutions. So, I know he pulled the vote. I remember the first time that he pulled the vote, took it off. I mean, was he afraid that he would lose? Was he afraid that they would sell their shares and not support the company? I mean, he didn't realize how much they had put into this, like as far as like expecting it to happen. I don't know.
I think he just didn't want to add to the existing confusion and kind of chaos and plethora of contradictory opinions that were based on absolutely nothing factual. So,
right.
It would have just possibly turned potential new investors away if they had been following any of those social media timelines and seen kind of the chaos and confusion that would ensue from letting the apes have input into the situation.
Yeah.
So I think, and also I don't think it would have looked very good in the eyes of the institutional holders. They would have said, well, this is a bunch of nonsense, and this is just like too much clown fuckery, and we're going to sell.
Yeah.
Because
okay.
we're going to sell and go buy some Walmart because they don't fuck around.
Horax says that
Walmart CEO getting into
early
this nonsense, right?
Yeah, right. Early returns of the proxy votes from computer share. So, but I said it seems like that would be such a small amount. I don't know. And then Manuel said apes don't vote, so that's probably part of it too. I mean, both of those things are probably true. I'm not disputing them,
I'm sure
but
that's part of it, because look at how many people didn't even return or couldn't figure out how to fill out or couldn't figure out how to retrieve their proxy
oh yeah,
materials
yeah,
from
yeah,
the last meeting. I didn't get mine. Why did I get mine? I got 5 copies. I didn't get any copies. Where does it come from? Who do I send it to? How do I answer? So he probably just thought, yeah, it's like too much. It would just be too much. It would just add more confusion and more work for his staff who, don't need it, don't want it. And for what return? What would be the return on the effort if he made the effort to include that large of a group on that level?
yeah.
What good does it do him at the end of the day when they can't even figure out how to submit their proxy?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I gotcha.
So I think he just knew intuitively, like, that's just going to be a big fucking mess that I don't want to.
Right. And he also knew that they had this other way they could, and he also knew that they had those other shares that were already authorized anyway. The ape, the preferred shares. So, that was authorized back in 2013, I believe. It was before 2013 or 2016. It was before he was. No, I'm saying Adam Aaron knew that. He knew that he could get around it.
He knew that, but
yeah, he did. Yeah.
The historical
No, they didn't know that. No, they had no clue.
Corporate history. So
right. Hell, we didn't know.
They didn't do their DD.
We didn't know. We didn't do our DD either. We did retroactive DD on this and found it in I went back to the filings from 2013 and I found it in there. Retroactively. Good old retroactive DD was done here. But yeah. No, nobody had any clue. And
and I said this, I think I said this from the beginning, that he would regret ever, engaging at the level that he did. And I think he quickly realized that he wasn't dealing with a bunch of rational individuals who were had the same goal in mind that he did. He was dealing with people who just wanted to make a buck off the company and then bail. So, here, have a popcorn on your birthday and shut the fuck up. What else do you want me to do for you?
Yeah, right.
Else I can do.
Well, he realized that he thought he had the best shareholder base in the market. And then he probably realized that he has the worst shareholder base in the market. From best to worst. Because
he at least had a normal shareholder base initially going into this. And then when it kind of piggybacked off the GME, squeeze, and somebody just went, let's throw a dart at the wall, and it hit AMC, and that's the next company that we're going to try to make this happen with. I don't think he probably knew that backstory initially, but I'm sure it was
probably not
clear to him very quickly. And he thought, well, maybe I can work with this. Let's try. And, everything that he tried to do, all he got from the apes is a bunch of shit. Nothing was good enough.
Correct.
I'm giving you free popcorn. I'm giving you discounted passes. I'm giving you
NFTs.
NFTs. I'm giving you collectible
popcorn tins. Yeah. We're accepting crypto. Yeah.
Right. So pretty much everything that they said they wanted, he did for them, and none of it was good enough. They were still pissed off, and what they really wanted was a Lambo.
They wanted the squeeze, right. And that's the one thing that he can't give them. He can't give them.
No.
And he wouldn't, even if he could. But
he's not a magician. He's a business manager.
Right. I mean, I think that when Lambo. Wow, haven't heard that. That's the original. That's the original one right there. When Lambo. Without the H. What was I gonna say? I'm distracted by When Lambo. Yeah, anyway. Oh, well, we hear this Adam Aaron destroyed the stock price. Adam Aaron killed the squeeze. Adam Aaron, yada, yada, yada. And it's oh, the CEO controls the stock price? How does that work? I didn't know that. Interesting. I mean, in a way, Sure, but not directly, not in terms of daily trading. Like, that's absurd. It's absurd.
He wishes he had that kind of power.
Right. And even without that kind of power, he still managed to benefit from that massive overvaluation that happened, the bubble, if you will. Even though he didn't sell anything through the apex of the meme period. I can't remember right off the top of my head. I think it was, I forget exactly when. It was the end of 2021 or the beginning of 2022 when he dumped a bunch. But it's not like he had vested shares just waiting, and then the day it went up to $72, he dumped them. He didn't do that, as far as I know.
No, and when he did sell, he was very transparent about it.
Right. They were planned sales. I mean, of course, the apes say, "Oh, yeah, they were planned." Well, they probably were. Part of his estate planning. I remember when he mentioned that at the earnings call in 2021. So
yeah, I mean, I think he's been very transparent, and if somebody understands how businesses run, then they know that the CEO doesn't influence the stock price. He can't influence the stock price
right,
except by the direction that he takes
running the company.
And he's
yeah,
going to take it in a direction that he feels is going to be profitable because that's connected directly to his paycheck. So
right, but that doesn't mean
take stock as part of their payment. So
right,
it behooves them to
it behooves them
lose money.
Right.
But he can't stuff people into the theater and hold them hostage to, and take their credit card and charge them $20 a ticket and
right,
$30 a popcorn. He can't
right.
force that to happen. It has to be a business that people want to support and engage in and participate in.
Right.
You can't make that happen other than by offering incentives, which is what people said they wanted. And then when he put them out, they said, "Oh, well, I was just giving a stupid popcorn." Well,
right. All I got was,
what's he supposed to do?
Yeah, and
that's pretty generous by most corporate standards. Most corporations don't give you shit.
They don't give you shit. Right.
For a bag.
Right. Right. Yeah, absolutely. And the notion, and you hear this a lot, and it's ignorant, it's dumb as fuck. But Adam Aaron, violated the he breached the fiduciary duty clause or whatever. He neglected the shareholders because we lost so much money. And it's like, well, no, I mean that what that means is that does not mean that he's responsible for making sure that you profit. That's what he's responsible for ensuring that the business operates and works to getting it to be, being profitable again, and adapts and changes with the times and stays relevant and remains a going concern. That's fiduciary duty does not mean that the stock price needs to be as high as it can possibly be at all costs. Like that's just not it. And so if you can lose money trading Apple, you can lose money trading anything,
There's no, like, the CEO doesn't have a fiduciary responsibility to make the stock go insanely high so that you can buy a yacht or,
yeah, right.
It's not.
Yeah, that's exactly
is played.
That's right, exactly. Yeah. So
I don't know what fiduciary responsibility they think he has to them, but he's the CEO of a company they hold stock in. He's not their daddy. He's not their sugar daddy, but he might send them a dick pic if they're nice.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Oh man. If only Tom Vu had been putting out those infomercials in this modern era with cell phones. I mean, because here's a guy who has yachts and a Rolls Royce and 10 houses and a bunch of beautiful women. You think he would have been sending dick pics if he could have at that time? Hell yeah. Absolutely. Tom Vu.
He may have, but it was just by snail mail.
Or fax. Maybe he faxed a dick pic.
Fax me your dick pic.
They were fexting. It's fax.
No, I'm gonna refax it to everybody on my list.
On your fax list. Right.
$250,000.
God. Oh my God.
Fax it.
Hopefully it's not the thermal paper in there because it makes it appear objects are larger than they appear, right? Okay, anyway.
And distorted. Yeah.
Fexting. I know, right? Fexting. That's terrible.
Am I the only person who's old enough to remember when people would like mimeograph their butt on the copy machine?
Oh, no. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, we remember that. You're not the only.
You know, like the next day, the receptionist has made copies and left one on everybody's desk. It's like, that's what sextortion used to be.
Right. Here's a good point from Korax. A lot of them also forget that, old school. A lot of them forget Adam Aaron has a fiduciary duty to the debt holders or the bond holders too, and that they're higher in the pecking order, which is true. In terms of
absolutely, that's an excellent point.
And this is what the Bed Bath and Beyond bag holders, I don't even understand how you could. I don't even understand how, unless you only use Reddit and X, okay, for your information, and you don't even look at Investopedia or any other resource. How in the world would you become under the impression that you are owed shit from a bankrupt company whose stock that you held? I don't even understand where that enters the picture. I mean, it is just so fractally wrong that it's beyond my comprehension to understand. I don't get it.
Bed, bags, and beyond.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Hope Island. Yeah, you're gonna have
Hopeless Island.
Yeah, Hopeless Island. Give them all the hopium they want because, it's. Oh my God. So
for better or for worse, nobody ever tried to sextort me, which is kind of a shame because I would have said, send it, publish it, push it, go for it. Go for it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Just what Adam Aaron said. You're not getting any money. You send it to whoever the fuck you want. You're not getting any money.
And at that point, then what good does it do? Now you have some people who probably will anyway, but there's, I forget the guy that made the 5 laws of stupidity. And basically any action that you take, it can be detrimental to yourself or it can be beneficial to yourself, or it can be detrimental to others or beneficial to others, or it can be any combination of those. And this guy, and I forget his name, I forget the name of the book, but it's called The 5 Laws of Stupidity. And so you have those combinations, or you can do things that benefit, that you can do things that are detrimental to yourself and detrimental to others. So you're fucking yourself over and you're fucking other people over. And that is what he calls the true definition of stupidity. I feel like the apes have done that. I feel like they have done that here. I feel like they have fucked themselves. I mean, there's no question of that. But they've absolutely hurt other people in this process too. So, I mean, just most, I would think
the company that they claim to love.
There you go.
Don't, and they're kind of like the spouse or the boyfriend or the girlfriend, or the significant other that is never fucking happy, no matter what you do. You know, they ask
Yeah.
you to take out the trash. You take out the trash. You took out the trash wrong. You didn't put the bag back in right. You didn't,
Yeah.
you know, like you were too slow. So they took it out before you even had a chance, even though they just asked you 2 minutes ago. It's like, you just can't fucking win with
Right.
people like that. You can't win. Whatever you do, it's not going to be good enough. You're going to do it, but you're going to do it wrong, or you're not going to do it on time, or you're not going to do it, you know, the same way twice, whatever. They're always going to have some reason why it's no good. And you can't make them happy. You can't win. They're just going to bitch and complain and whine no matter what. If the stock had squeezed to $500,000 a share, they would have wanted $1 million. You know, they just weren't going to be happy, and they aren't going to be happy.
Well,
now they spent so much time bitching and complaining that now they're bag holding, because while they were bitching and complaining, they could have been selling. They could have been, you know,
they could have been learning. They could have been like just listening to us.
Themselves out of the position, but no,
no,
they just wanted to bitch and piss and complain, and now they're broke. And
right.
They really have something to complain about.
Right.
It's not their fault.
Yeah, no, it's not. And it's so much not their fault that people like Donahue George have it. He, in his disclaimer that he says, his little disclaimer that he says at the beginning of every video, that, oh yeah, you know, but the data that they give us is false though. See, it gives us, it's designed to give us a false narrative so that we can make bad trading decisions. So they're intentionally misleading us. Because they're that desperate.
Of people sitting around going, how can we manipulate all these people into making bad trades? That sounds like fun.
Absolutely.
Let's make that our agenda.
Yeah. Right.
And yeah, it's always going to be someone else's fault, and nothing is true, nothing is real. It's that whole nothing is true. There is no real news. All news is fake news. Birds aren't real.
Birds aren't real. Right. You hear that, Korax? Birds aren't real. I'm sure he knows about that one. So yeah, I mean, like, and I've said this, I think since 2021, pretty sure. But, you know, like the saying, like, the bigger the problem, the bigger the opportunity. I've always loved that phrase, that saying, because, and I've found it to be true. And so, like, the apes, and this is what I've said, the apes have had one of the biggest opportunities that anybody could ever have in their life with this thing, you know, because it became a major problem for a lot of people. So, but did they use it? Did they spin it that way in their mind, and that they use it to learn and understand and figure out? And like, yeah, if you're down $100,000 on a stock, well, you know, yeah, an intelligent person, seems like, would try to figure out what the fuck they did wrong so that they can do something different next time and, you know, avenge their loss. Not really avenge, but, you know, make up for it or prove to themselves, whatever, however you want to look at it. No, they didn't do that. They didn't do that. So I guess we kind of took it upon ourselves to do it for them, like, in a way. But I mean, I just operate under the principle that everything is my fault. If I lose money trading, it's because I screwed up, because nobody else was there to do it for me. I did it. Even if it's something that I have no control over, it's still my fault. It's my account. Who else's fault could it be? None. Nobody's.
Well, you know, it's
take
like
ultimate responsibility.
Mm-hmm. Let's say my roof is leaking. I go out and I spend $100,000 on roofing materials, on plywood and roofing paper and roofing nails and
could have just called Ron, but yeah.
There and I decide I'm gonna do my roof, right? And I do the roof, and it rains, and my roof leaks like a sieve, and then it eventually just like collapses and caves in. Am I going to blame the roofing materials for being faulty, or am I going to blame myself for not knowing how to put a roof on?
Well, it depends. Are you an AMC stockholder or not? If you're an AMC holder, you blame the plywood.
Money in the stock market, am I going to blame myself for not knowing how to invest, or am I going to say, oh no, they set me up to fail? That company wanted me to lose money. No, they don't. They want you to make money so that you'll invest more money into that company.
Right.
But
yeah, Right,
certain
but
things are,
oh yeah,
beyond the control.
but then they somehow get to and the stock and crypto creep says this a lot. Adam Aaron wanted the stock to go down. He wanted the stock to go down. Like he was actively trying to kill the stock price because I don't know why. I mean, it directly impacts his bottom line. He wants to help the hedgies. He wants to help the short sellers because they're his buddies from when he ran the ski resort. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. The CEO does not want to see his stock price collapse. Like, that's just ridiculous.
No, the
Now,
success of the company is tied to his paycheck.
right. Yep. Unless you're actually a scammer, like, well, I don't know. I'm thinking about Berta, maybe somebody like Berta. But I mean, even those guys, when was the last I don't the stock price might collapse, but is it not Roger Hamilton? Yeah, that's the other guy I was thinking of. But I'm not aware of any like schemes where the objective was to tank the stock price. I mean, I guess there would be some reason. That wouldn't be the ultimate reason. There would be some reason why, like they were short the stock or something, but I mean, it doesn't even make sense. So yeah, but of course now we're at the point where people are saying anything. And the guy's name is shit. I just had it here. Carlo Cipolla is the author's name of this book, The 5 Laws of Stupidity. The 5 Basic Laws of Human Stupidity. Great. And so you can see here, benefits others, losses to others, benefits themselves, losses to themselves. We want to be here in quadrant 1, intelligence. Fair benefit to everyone. You do things that benefit yourself and others. You're a good person. You could benefit others, but not yourself. And then they call that helpless. And bandits, they enrich themselves, but they at the expense of others. That's trey. It's trey. And then you have stupids, where everyone loses. They themselves lose, and the others lose too. And so you want to be intelligence. You want to be, Alkin. Anyway, private equity. Yes, private equity. Private equity for the win. What's so bad about private equity anyway? Shit. Pays my bills.
I'm not sure that they even know what private equity is.
I don't think that they do. And when we say they, we're talking about Marantz here. So, I mean, I don't think that he does. I don't think that he does. Is this really his family? Wow. So, Ron found a picture of the Adam Aaron family, Mr. and Mrs. Adam Aaron, Adam M. Aaron.
Can you share that in Telegram?
Yes, yes. Well, actually, Ron did already. It's in the main channel, and I've got it on the screen now on the stream. That's his son, I guess. Okay. Hill Valley. Wonder when this is from. Shutterstock. Huh, interesting. Thanks, Ron. Now, but that's not the picture I want to see. It's not the picture we want. You know which picture we're looking for. But I will not show that on the stream even if I do happen to find it. Last time the channel got deleted for God knows what. I'm not going to give them I'm not going to give them a reason to delete it. But certainly share that shit in Telegram if you find it. If anybody finds it. Okay.
I'm telling you, it ain't out there.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, you never know, But I mean, G would have had to have released it,
Yeah.
and I was going to say before I started talking about the 5 laws of stupidity, what would be the benefit to her to do that? That would not be beneficial. It seems like that would be counter beneficial.
She's not going to get money out of him for it.
Right. She didn't. So why would she
release it anyway?
Then she's stupid. She's one of the stupid.
If you weren't going to get any money.
Yes, that would be stupid. That would have made it worse for her. I'm sure.
And honestly, who knows? Dick pic may be like a cover for it could be something completely different too. And that's just like the least offense, you know?
Yeah. Right.
Who knows what it really was? I have a hard time believing that he would be dumb enough to fall for that. But like I said, he's probably just like, oh, this is fun. This is something to do, kill some time.
There is definitely more to the story. I mean, that's almost certain, right? So
I think so.
Yeah. Now, I'm not saying any conspiracies or anything, but there's pretty much always more to every story. So, they said on CNBC 15 months ago, I guess is when it happened, or I think something like that. I wonder if there was anything
already
in the news about it then.
Process the whole thing.
Oh yeah, it's
through it.
He's already forgotten. He's already trying to.
About it.
He's already struggling to remember the details now, probably.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's like 70, right? 70. I don't know. Yeah, right.
Let's talk about the quarterly earnings. That's more interesting.
Yeah. Okay, so 15 months. That would be, what would that be? The is that early 2022? Or are we talking? I mean, I'm trying.
His wife's perspective.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, his wife's perspective is probably, my husband's an idiot, but I love me some Versace.
Yeah. She's getting a new Lexus. No, I don't know. Lexus something.
Something.
Yeah.
She's probably already driving it. The
yeah.
lease is probably already up on it.
Yeah, right. Oh, she's probably already getting her third lease, She's already turned in, it's on her 3rd lease contract now.
He's an idiot, but he knows how to make that money.
So I'm trying to find, I don't see anything about it. I'm trying to find anything from last year, or I guess last year, about this, because on CNBC they said it was an unnamed, when the news came out of it, when it actually happened, that it was an unnamed corporate executive or CEO. They didn't say Adam Aaron then, but I don't remember hearing anything about that, and I can't find anything about it now. But
why would it matter to announce his name? Because CNBC probably just thought, you know what, no one's going to know who he is. Just
well,
an unnamed CEO.
Maybe they didn't. I mean, maybe they didn't know. Maybe it was sealed, or something. I don't know. I don't know how that works.
It could have been sealed, but also he's not. It's not like Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates or Elon Musk or any of the CEOs who are at the top, household name. If they said, "Oh, CEO Adam Aaron," people are going to go, "Who? Who's he? What does he do?" Oh, movie theater. Oh, okay. That's not interesting. So it wasn't like
Yeah.
a major. It's not. It's only a headline, and it's only important to the apes. Nobody else gives a fuck.
Right. Well, and I was confused because on CNBC they said that he was um he was in the middle of the meme stock thing at the time, which that says okay, 2021 was when that happened. Um so I don't know. I don't even know when it happened. And they live
Is it
in
even
Leewood.
a meme stock anymore? That's like gone now? It's just a stock.
Right.
It's a regular stock.
Yeah. It's being reported. Somebody says, I think it's being reported as multiple executives targeted. Okay, now that would change things in my mind. Like he was one of many, or he was one of a few that this happened
Makes
to.
sense.
Yeah, I mean, right, because
Yeah.
cast a wide net. Yeah, and then maybe
Yep,
one of them will
wide net,
bite.
exactly.
Not all of them are going to bite. One of them might. And I
Most
guess
of them are going to have an admin who, like someone who was like me, who's going to screen that shit and make sure they never even see it.
yeah, yeah. And Lynn knows about California's crazy house market. But
Oh yeah,
you can meet Kevin's house from where you are practically. Is that right? Or you I mean, essentially
pretty
you could.
much. Yeah,
Oh God. Wow.
could almost
Wow.
hit it with a rock, almost.
Yeah. You landed
And the
among the
others.
stars. You landed among the stars anyway. They're out there, Lynn. This is absurd. Meet fucking Kevin. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to check out his video. Check out how I live in, this town, California, on $6 million a year.
Oh my God.
Really? No, that's the last thing I want to check out. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the last thing I want to be
Oh
watching.
God. Yeah. Yeah, ask him if he'll set up a generic ETF fund for me. That would be cool. But yeah, no. What's it called? What is hell is this ETF called? I forget. Damn it. Maybe I could just find it. PP, pricing power. That's right. The Meet Kevin ETF. Oh, look, looks exactly the same as the Nasdaq, pretty much.
He's got his own ETF.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Look,
God help us.
less than 9,000 shares traded on it today. Wow, and it has a sell rating. Imagine that. I don't even know what the fuck is in this thing. Yeah, right. I know. Imagine that. Shocked that it tracks the Nasdaq. And I don't know if it tracks it. I don't know, but I just had a comparison up here, and I was like, oh wow, it's the same damn line, except it's lower. It's the same line, except it's lower. So that's great. Oh God, and it's $23. It's $23 stock. So I'm sure there's a lot of
He's
Tesla in
probably
there.
the only one trading it.
He probably is the only one trading. He's probably using it, yeah, as some kind of running some kind of scam with it. You know that. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. This is a quote now. Quote, she allegedly used multiple online identities to get intimate photos from him and others, and used the compromising photos to extort them. That's a quote from somewhere, but from a news article about it.
So I wonder if the others paid up.
I don't know. He went to the FBI though, supposedly, right? So
That's what his tweet said. Was that
yeah, hello FBI. Yeah, this is Adam. This is Adam Aaron.
Boys.
Oh, Mr. Aaron, how are you, sir? Are those apes bothering you again? Do we need to? No, it's not the apes this time, actually. It's some broad in Bronx. Some bitch in the Bronx. No. Anyway, it doesn't highlight if the others were executives, and AA is referred to as victim one in the case. Victim one. And then we got the top 5 holdings in the PP pricing. Why would, wait a minute. Pricing power? It's called pricing power. Why is Tesla in it? What? Pricing power. Oh, geez. Didn't they just cut their prices again? Let me say margin
What is it?
compression.
Like Apple, Nvidia, Tesla.
Yeah, Nvidia, Tesla, Intel. What's TTD? I don't know what TTD is. The trade desk. I don't know what that is. And ENPH. That's the top 5 holdings. Enphase Energy. I think they might be a solar energy company of some kind. So yeah, it's all, I mean, it's all tech. What I call shit tech, but overvalued tech.
Overvalued shit, yeah.
Right. I mean,
oh, that's classic.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus.
I mean, what do you expect from a guy who got a DUI in a convertible, you know?
True. Next 5, AMD, ASML, which is something or other. I don't know what AMSL is. ASML. ASML, I don't know. TSM is that Taiwan Semiconductor, and Apple, of course, and UI, which is Ubiquity, which is a networking company. But Tesla is 26% of this fund. 26% of the fund is Tesla. Wow. Okay. Cool. So he's a Kathy Wood wannabe, then, I guess. I know he likes her. Pretty sure. I mean, well, I guess Tesla is only down, what, 40% from the top. But at one point this year, or at the beginning of this year, it was down as much as 75%. 75% down at one point. But I mean, well, yeah, at 70, yeah, at $100, I believe it is. But I mean, shit, from the COVID lows to the peak, the all-time high was up 1,500%. And from the COVID lows to now is up about 900%. So, yeah. And then you've got no, not Rivian. I'm thinking of Mullins. Mullins. You know, Mullen. That wonderful company. And they're sitting at 39 cents. So
they haven't been delisted yet? That's strange.
No. I think it's yeah, 4 days ago they got a NASDAQ listing requirement notice, though, actually. 4 days ago. So that was Monday. Monday, they announced that it received written notice from the NASDAQ's listing qual department, failed to meet the listing standard, as it did not hold an applicable annual meeting for the fiscal year. Oh, okay. Well, they'll be getting one for the price sometime. Pretty sure they've gotten one before. Anyway, yeah. Okay. Well, you have any other thoughts on the Adam Aaron situation? And you're more than welcome to hang out in the chat, in the voice chat. I'm gonna shift gears.
I got nothing else to add to it other than it's a much bigger deal to everyone else who's paying attention to it than it is to him.
Right. Yeah. And even this we see on Reddit. I saw this on Reddit. I got it on the screen now. There's a picture of Adam Aaron wearing the Wall Street Bets sunglasses, shades, little pixelated shades. And it says, Adam Aaron,
Classic.
Thug Life, develops new sources of revenue, retail popcorn, stubs, merchandise, credit cards, branded candy and alcohol, bypasses traditional distribution and links to inks Taylor Swift and Beyonce to exclusive concert movies, gives interview in boxers, and sends dick pics. Hell yeah, that's my fucking CEO. So at least some of them think that it's badass that he did that. So not only do they, you know, they don't seem to care. Some of them actually seem to like it. I didn't look at the comments on this, but
In every crisis, there's an opportunity.
yeah,
If you just look at it right.
yeah, yep.
That's it.
But
Well, thanks for having me on.
okay,
Scotty.
yeah, anytime.
Appreciate it.
Come back in
Thanks
anytime.
everyone for listening.
Yeah, thanks for your
I'm gonna hop
perspective.
back into YouTube for a bit.
Okay, thanks,
Sure
Lynn.
thing.
All right. So,
You bet. Catch you later.
all right, see ya. So, I do have an issue with this one right here, though. Bypasses traditional distribution and inks Taylor Swift and Beyonce to exclusive concert movies. What do they mean by exclusive? What do they mean by exclusive? Well, I'm going to assume that they mean exclusive to AMC, which is not true. And it wasn't really that clear in anything that I saw. I wasn't sure myself, but I figured that it couldn't be. But it's not exclusive at AMC. Not exclusive at AMC. It's playing at all theaters. Taylor Swift Eras is playing at all theaters. And I have proof of that here, which I will show momentarily, or, you know, use your favorite movie website or whatever to verify this. But let's see here. All right. So here is the Capitol Theater in Cleveland. It's not an AMC. Taylor Swift Eras tour. It's not at the Cinematheque. Atlas Cinemas, local little theater. Taylor Swift Eras. Cedar Lee, local theater, Eras. Here's the AMC. This is the one AMC in the area. And I'm just looking at these here. You know, you got like 4 showtimes, 5 showtimes, 6 showtimes, 15 showtimes, actually 18 showtimes. So there are more. But it's not exclusive. It's not an exclusive. Here's Cinemark. This is out by work, private equity, Taylor Swift, Eras Tour. So I don't know. I'm just, you know, in the spirit of what we do here, I just have to mention that this, imagine that, something on Reddit is false. And I'm assuming that that's what they mean, exclusive. Now, the deal could be exclusive, but who cares who distributes it? I mean, who in the world, who has ever talked about anybody who has distributed, and they're not even making that much money. They're not taking that much from the distribution rights. Very, very small amount. Like negligible, really. And the theaters are getting 43%. Theaters are taking 43% of ticket sales. Taylor Swift is taking 57%. And as far as I know, that's at all the theaters, you know. That's like, because again, AMC negotiated the deal. But with Taylor Swift. But yeah, I mean, the way that they have this worded here, to me, is implying something that is not true. That's all. That's all. Okay, so let me go to this Street article. I keep losing it. Oh, I've lost it. I have lost it. Now I've really lost it. Oh, shit. Here it is. There it is. Okay. This one is from Relic. AMC stock retail investors still own the majority of shares. And the statement in question, well, first of all, this Bernard Zamboni guy is a total clown. I mean, he's been grifting right along with the YouTubers this whole time. In fact, if you click on his name and look at what he's written, oh yeah, he looks like a meme stonk gambler. AMC, GameStop, Palantir. AMC, AMC, GameStop, 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 AMC, Bed Bath & Beyond, GameStop, AMC, GameStop, Tilray, AMC. Ken Griffin, Citadel. That's of relevance. And they even have it tagged under GME. So I really don't have any respect for this author, first of all. And I knew it was by him. Whenever you said it, the street, I knew it was Bernard Zamboni. He's the only one that writes about this shit there. So, but anyway, we'll look past that and we'll see what it says. AMC's current ownership structure is dominated by retail investors. A whopping 91%, 91.2% of outstanding shares are held by the general public. The result of a, quote, memification. That just, I don't like that. That began in early 2021. Now, Horax, I don't know if you have any thoughts on this. I think I know what's going on here. I was looking into this the other night. I was going to do a video, actually. I was going to do a short recorded video about this, but then it got too late. I can't, in good conscience, start recording a video at 11 o'clock p.m. I just can't do it. That's a recipe for disaster. But I think, well, general public's not equal to apes. I mean, that's certainly true. And that's something that, somebody like Bernard Zamboni, he is deep in the meme stock grift, right along, kind of with the AMC pumpers and the pumpers on X and everywhere else. So, he's either high on his own supply or, intentionally misleading with that statement. I don't know which one it is, but in either case, doesn't matter. It's not true. The general public is not the same thing as a group of investors that did the memification. Like the general public is not memification. Those two things are not. The more I think about it, yeah, that's ridiculous. Because if anything was learned from this whole charade, isn't it kind of that most people still have not heard of these stocks? It is absolutely not the general public. If it was the general public, it probably would have turned out differently. But it wasn't. It was always a small cult, which, like all good cults, and they plateau and shrink. Like, how many new members of the Church of Scientology are there really? I don't know. You ask Leah Remini, and she says, there's even way fewer than is actually reported. It's actually a very small organization, for example. But you know, they're always going to want to pump themselves up and make themselves look more important and more relevant. So that's probably, you know, probably what's going on here. Anyway, but yeah, no, it general public is not apes. And the general public and memification do not belong in the same sentence, as far as I'm concerned. That's valid. It's a valid thing. And since 2021, AMC has raised substantial capital, approximately 2.1 billion, by issuing new common stock shares. Okay. High retail investor ownership's float and AMC's float has led to increased stock price volatility, increased pressure on AMC's management to cater to retail interests, greater institutional exposure to short squeezes, and more. Oh yeah, because we know that retail investors are buying large blocks at the market and are pushing up the price so much. Okay. But that's, you know, it is clear that this doesn't mean apes, but I think that well, you know, I'm thinking about this here now. Like, even the apes say retail owns the float. I mean, they've said that. They say that. Retail owns the float. I wish, well, I wish we had an updated number of the number of shareholders. As far as as far as I know, there hasn't been one lately. And if anybody says 3.8 million or 4.1 million, retail bag holds the floats. Yep, there it is. 91% are in the possession of retail traders and investors. Institutional investors own a mere 8.4% of AMC's shares. Okay. Adam Aaron has said during a fourth quarter earnings call last year that over 90% of AMC shares at that time were owned by retail investors. Again, and I know Corex, I think he's just now saying this now, but that's not what Adam Aaron said. That is not what he said. He didn't even use the verb is or be. He said he used a very subjunctive structure when he talked about this. He said, if you exclude index funds, it would seem that. I want to be clear about this. He did not say excluding index funds, retail investors own 90% of the float. No, he said excluding index funds, it would seem that retail investors own 90% of the float. And you might say, Scott, what difference does it make? And I say it makes a huge difference. Because I don't think that someone in his position is one to mince words or to misspeak. There's a lot writing on that. So if somebody says, well, it would seem that on the scale of like concreteness, in the scale of, you know, indicative to, for lack of a better term, subjunctive, but that's a grammatical term, you know, hypothetical. From definitive to hypothetical, you know, would seem is not all the way on the definitive side. That's all I'm saying. That is all I'm. It would seem that it's not all the way on the definitive side. So, well, here it is right here. Fuck. I didn't even realize it's right here. If you exclude index funds who have no choice but to own and hold AMC shares, individual, fuck me. How do I unhighlight this? I can't unhighlight it. If I click on it, it goes to it. Well, whatever. If you exclude index funds who have no choice but to own and own and hold AMC shares, individual retail investors would seem to own more than 90% of our officially issued 516 million shares as of today. I mean, that would seem, God damn it. To me, the would seem is very important. That's just me, though. It would seem that it would seem as if it were very important. See, I'm not saying it's important. I'm saying it would seem that way if he doesn't, and he does have an if in this statement. So just, and it is very legalese. It gives him more room to work. And it's not accidental. It's not accidental that it ends up that way. And it ended up being phrased that way. That's all I'm saying right now. Okay. So, now, okay, I don't know. See, I think Bernard Zamboni is an idiot. I think he might be just a common idiot here. Actually, I'm fairly sure that he is. Because look at this. Look at what he's saying here. Even a year later, after Aaron made the statement, AMC shareholder composition seems to have changed little. Currently, the largest single investor in AMC is Adam Aaron himself. Following the merger of AMC common and preferred stock, along with a reverse split in August, Aaron now holds an economic interest in over 800,000 AMC shares, a decrease from his previous ownership of more than 8 million combined AMC and APE units. What is the relationship between 800,000 and 8 million? That's what I'm saying here. So following the merger and the reverse split, he now holds 800,000 shares, which he's saying is a decrease from his previous position of more than 8 million combined. So before, AMC and APE were separate, but Adam Aaron owned, if you combine both of those, wink, wink, AMC plus APE, he had 8 million. And then after the reverse split and merger, he now owns 800,000, which is a decrease from 8 million combined. This guy is a brain dead fuck. This guy is a brain dead idiot. Relic, are you with me? You see what we're saying here. If not, it's okay. I'm not going to bite your head off. I want this to be as clear as mud here. There's no decrease there. There's no decrease. 8 million combined AMC shares and APE units equals 800 AMC after the reverse split and combination. So this whole paragraph is meaningless. Meaningless. What is going on with my freaking cursor? Okay. Yeah, that is dumb. That is a retard statement. You see what we're saying? That somebody, I know it looks like Lynn gets it. Okay. I mean, if it's a decrease, that would imply that he sold shares. But as far as I know, he didn't. And you, I mean, isn't it clear from looking at it? 800,000, 8 million. It was a, you know, 1 for 10. That's 1/10 of 8 million. It's the same. It's not a decrease. Yes, it's a decrease in the number of shares, but his equity hasn't changed, just like the ape's equity didn't change. And by the way, I put this out there for brain dead Donahue George and others who still say this shit. They'd like to say that they stole 90% of their shares. Now, if somebody has 8 million shares and they take 90% of them, they, not only the shares, but the equity too, because that's what they're implying. I mean, how would that fly? I mean, which is that's probably the dumbest example of how the dumbest example as to why that's not the case that I could use. But I mean, it's right in front of me, so I'll use it. But his equity didn't change, of course, just like the equity in long positions did not change, and just like the equity in short positions didn't change. So it did not eliminate short positions. It didn't absolve anyone of any obligations. It's just a multiplication problem. It's a multiplication division problem. But yeah, this is dumb. This guy's an idiot. Taking advantage of retail's heavy ownership. So now he's talking about the trend resulting in the gradual departure of institutional investors from several famous meme stocks. Or it could be that they're shitty companies that institutional investors are not interested in because they're not creating value for the shareholders. Probably more likely. Yeah, I don't really know if there's a float under retail's control. High retail ownership can result in greater stock price volatility, as retail investors often have a shorter term focus than institutions. Although this hasn't always been the case with AMC over the past several years, with many retail traders taking on a hodl mentality. Okay. God. All right. Well, let's address this. Yeah, hit the like button. Damn it. Because if you don't, I will send Phil I am retarded for real after you in them streets. And you don't want him after you in them streets. He's got a glizzy. I mean, he's got a gas station hot dog. I hope that clown doesn't have a gun. Oh, I'm sure he does. Why? Why, Scott? Don't make me go there. He'll hog tie you with his necklace. Yeah, yeah. And you got to be careful. That gold plating rubs off, you might get lead poisoning. So let's address this here. So I was looking at this the other night, and I was just doing some research on the institutional ownership. And let me see if I can recreate that here. I think maybe I even saved all the tabs. Let me see if I have those. I have one for Tony Sand Research. One for Tony. Well, maybe I don't. Maybe I do. No. Got so much crap here. No. Okay. Well, let's just look at let's see here. AMC institutional ownership. So here's the thing. With this, I just can't stress enough the importance of multiple sources. And no, I don't want a goddamn AI powered search. No. So we're going to look at multiple sources. I'm just going to look at all these. You can see where some of them I've looked at. I'm just going to open them all up. Top ones. Holdingschannel.com. Macro Axis, Morningstar. Okay. Hedge Follow. Whale Wisdom. Okay, sure. Whale Wisdom. Unusual Whales. This one's from last year, but it's asking the question, do retail investors really own that much? We'll see what they say. Okay. Fintel. Now, we might be able to illustrate this just straight from Fintel. We may not even need other sources, but right here at the top, it says, well, first of all, you got 447 institutional owners. Okay. Institutional shares, 152 million. What's the float these days? And that's the clue right there. 197 million. I'm just going to go with that. I think it's right. I don't know. Well, that's a hell of a lot more than 10%. In fact, they say it's 76.71%. But here's the thing, though. When were these reported? When were these reported? It makes a difference. It says the institutions down here. It says, well, it's the same number, isn't it? No, it's not. Institutional. 447 institutional owners who have filed at 13 or Form 13 with the SEC. Okay. When are those filings filed? They're due 45 days after the end of a quarter. And they tell you what was held as of the end of that quarter. Okay. So right now, as it stands, we have just ended the third quarter. We've just ended the third quarter. Right? Yeah. We're in the fourth quarter now. We're 15 days into the fourth quarter. Excuse me. Filings come out, or they're due no later than. I mean, they can, but typically they're filed within 45 days. So a month and a half. So you're not going to know what institutions held on September 30th until the middle of November. Okay. So why is this relevant here? Well, when did the reverse split happen? It happened in the third quarter of 2023. So there has not been an ownership filing disclosure reporting period that has occurred after the reverse split merger. And this, I think, is what's happening with all these crazy institutional ownership numbers. The ones are retail ownership, institutional ownership, whichever way you want to think about it. Typically, you would look it up as institutional ownership because that's what's reported. Retail ownership is not reported, so it's working backwards. It's a deductive process to figure that out. You subtract institutions, you subtract insiders, you subtract mutual funds. What you're left with by process of elimination pretty much has to be retail investors. So that's how we get those numbers. So the numbers that have been reported by most of these institutions were reported, let's see, at the end of the second quarter. End of the second quarter is June. July starts the third quarter. It's the 7th month. 7, 8, 9 is the third quarter. The merger happened in August, right? So again, we won't get those numbers until mid-November. And you could say, well, but all they have to do is divide it by no. That's not what the filings indicated. So they will not do that. It will have to be reported under the new float scheme. And then it will be an adjusted number. But they're not going to go in and change it. It's not going to happen. Does that make sense? So, in other words, I don't think we can trust any of these numbers right now for two reasons. Well, the first is the typical reason of the last filings came out in July. No, mid-August, right? Is that right? A month and a half. Yeah, mid-August for second quarter. So whatever they held at the end of June, we found out about that in the middle of August. Okay? That's the old float. That's the big float. Now you have a small float. Well, those numbers have not been reported and won't be until November. So, two reasons. Number one is that because those numbers have not been reported yet. And number two is the general thing of, well, we're going to be 45 days out from the date of record of ownership that's being reported on. It seems like it would seem that, right? It would seem that could be, misleading. In other words, we don't know what they have now because the last time we heard anything about what they have was back in August. So you don't think that you think they hold exactly the same number of shares now as they did in August? I don't think so. Maybe, sure, maybe, but maybe not. We don't have evidence either way. So the float numbers on here are probably wrong. They're probably wrong. They're probably on the old scheme. Knights of Columbus. Where did I see? Knights of Columbus, U.S. All Cap Index Fund. Cool. KCEXIX. It's like here, for example. Vanguard. This Vanguard fund. Oh, let me get down into regular 13Fs. Can I even do that on here? Oh, yeah, I can. Okay. Here's one. Vanguard. This one was reported on August 14th, mid-August. 45 days after the end of the quarter, second quarter. Just like I said, 13F Vanguard. 50 million shares. 50 million shares. You know, if we're to believe this, that means that that's a quarter of the float. 50 million out of 197, essentially 200 million, that's 25%. Do we think that Vanguard owns a quarter of the float? I don't think so. Now, you might be saying, but Scott, this is overstating the institutional ownership. Shouldn't it be lower? So maybe they do own, retail investors do own 90% of the float. I don't think so. I don't think so. But I'm curious as to where this 90% is coming from. So I'm going to continue. But this is the conclusion I came to last time when I looked this up earlier this week. They're going off of an old float number, or maybe they're disregarding the old numbers and only going with what anything new that's been reported. That would be also very, very misleading because you do have some reports that are here, but not nearly enough. So to make up for that. So let's keep going through the sources here. Okay, here's one. Institutional ownership, 7.87%. Total shares outstanding, millions, 198. Okay. Total value of holdings, millions, 148 million. Is that for the institutional ownership? NASDAQ, very thin on details here. I don't know. Let's see. Active positions, increased positions, 110 holders with 3.7 million. So total institutional shares, 15 million. Well, guess what? That is 1/10 of this, essentially, right? So NASDAQ is reporting it this way. And that's the other thing I found. Some are reporting it with the old float. Some it would seem that they're using the new float. So that's the third reason why I don't think that we can trust any of these numbers. This says Vanguard owns 5 million. Well, that's 50 million in the old system. So here, and then they are changing, seemingly. It would seem that they have changed. They've done the division, which I think is silly because this is not what was reported. And what you have now is a combined equity of AMC and APE. When this number was reported, this was only AMC shares. So I don't like this. I do not like this. The fact that NASDAQ would do this is kind of odd to me. Maybe it's not odd, but it seems odd to me. Does not seem very hyper focused on the details, which I think you should try to be. So I don't like this at all. They didn't report 5 million in June. In fact, they didn't report shit in June. They reported it in mid-August. So that, I mean, is this date the date of record? NASDAQ is a fucking flea market, basically is what I'm saying. This is a clown market. This is a clown page. And honestly, shit, don't show Donnie George this page. He'll say, well, see, the data they released is false. Well, I'm not saying that, but I don't like that. I do not like that. Okay, here's CNN Business. What? June 2019? Who cares about June 2019? What the fuck? Okay, another clown page. This says Vanguard has 61 million, or I'm sorry, 6.1 million. Different number. Different number. How? Why? Where did you get that from? I don't know. Market beat. Current institutional ownership percentage, 28. 28. That's closer. It's closer to what it should be if retail owns 90%. Okay. No. Institutional buying and selling by quarter. And it's showing that there's $10 million inflow, net inflow, net outflow, net outflow, net inflow, net outflow, net inflow, net inflow. Now, well, this is interesting here. Look at this one. Q2 2021. Everybody's favorite quarter ever. This is institutional buying and selling. $2.93 billion worth of buying inflows. Money used to buy shares. $2.93 billion with only 961 million sold. Less than half. Way less than a third. Next quarter, Q3, 2.05 billion. I mean, this is so curious to me. Really? Really? I did not realize this. Oops. Here's your second quarter. Here's your third quarter. Oops. Is that right? Yeah. Just marking off every 3 months. There. There. Here. Now, I'm not saying that I do this right. It looks, why does that looks more spaced out? I messed something up here. Why does it look spaced out? 1, 4. Oh, well, yeah, duh, because it is spaced out. There we go. Okay, and then this one it just ended here. There we go. So Q2, Q3, Q4 of 2021. Q2, 3, 4 of January. I'm sorry. Why did I say that again? 2, 3, 4 of 2021. And really the whole year. Q1 also. Net inflows, massive. See, I see it. I could see it in Q1 and 2, but I didn't realize that it was in Q3 and 4 as well. Net inflows from institutions. All I can say is we have a lot of lion apes out there if they're saying that nobody's selling. And institutions had net inflows of over $1 billion and the price still went down. Well, it's naked shorting. Clearly, obviously. Yeah, obviously. Okay. So, no, I'm not saying it's naked shorting. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's probably obviously not that. Anyway, just a curious thing. Okay. So this one is closer, but still nearly 30%. Stock Ninja, this site is notoriously inaccurate. I mean, look at this. They're saying 50 million. Date reported on the 30th. That's the date. It's the effective date. It's not really the date that was reported, but okay. Top institutions. AMC going down. AMC, the catalyst we need. Buy, bitches. Yeah, yep. Everybody buy. This is just going to go up forever? What? What the fuck? What caused the sell-off in an otherwise good tech market today? They were asking this, what, Thursday? Thursday? I mean, as Korak said, I mean, you know, it's a dollar, stupid. I mean, you could ask what is causing that. Well, I mean, I don't know. Did you hear that there's a war? Did you hear that inflation is not really going down that much? Did you hear these things? Probably not. Otherwise good tech market. Did you think, or have you heard that like these tech stocks, AI is a bubble? It's overvalued. I don't know. I don't know. There might be something in one of those there. So, Relic, I don't have the answer. I don't know. I don't have the answer. But what I'm seeing, and you know, there just isn't enough of this on YouTube that you know, of just discovery. Like I'm looking into, we're looking at this, and we are not saying we could come to a conclusion, a definitive conclusion, but I mean, we can look at what we find. It says 298 institutional holders with Vanguard with 50 million still as of 6:30, right? Well, what I'm seeing is I'm seeing a bunch of confused data. I'm seeing that some sites are going with what was reported, which I think is the right thing to do in this case. Share-based compensation. Other entities are reporting a somehow split adjusted, reverse split combination adjusted number, which I think is false because this is a combination of those two equities. The last report on June 30th was only the common stock, even though the preferred shares existed, they were not reported with them. So I think that's misleading and honestly, it's just straight up wrong. It's not correct. It's not the same security as it was then. So for all those reasons, I think we have to wait and see. I think what needs to happen here is that we need to allow the third quarter reporting to occur, because then 100% of those reports will be the same. They will be post-split adjusted. They will be the current active float. Then we can have a picture of the ownership. But until then, I don't think we can get an accurate picture of the ownership. I don't think we can. I mean, tell me if I'm, wrong here. I mean, this one says 73%. Okay, that's cool, but they're using the old numbers though, which means they're looking at that, which means that is numbers based on second quarter. You see what I'm saying? So it's like you can use the old numbers and get a high percentage of retail, 70, 80%, but you're going off of data that is several months old and it's not adjusted for the split. Or you can adjust for the split and use a low number and say that Vanguard owns 5 million, But that's a combination. And again, it's not accurate. It's still an old number. It's still the same numbers from June. If you follow what I'm saying, which I don't fault anybody if they're not, because it is confusing and stupid. So I'm going to say more information is needed. We don't have enough data right now to know. But if I had to guess, I'm going to say the institutional well, which way do I want to go with it? Who knows? I would say if I had to just take a wild guess, which means nothing, but if I had to, if Phil for real was holding a gun to my head, it said, what's AMC's institutional ownership or retail ownership? Either figure, I don't care. I would say it's probably around 70%, 60 to 70 retail. Because a lot of retail is sold too. But I don't think we have a way to know that. Hedge fund activity. Okay, so thanks for asking that question. I'm glad you did because it was something that I wanted to address the other night, like I said, but it was too late. And then, you know, this one you have to log in. Okay, so this is obviously wrong here. Troloose. Oh, that's a put though. Okay, that's a put. So here's okay. So this is adjusted now. Vanguard, they're saying 6.1 million, and the old float that would have been 61 million. But again, it's a combination. Maybe they had, presumably, if they had 6 million shares of AMC, didn't they get 6 million shares of APE? So I don't know. We're going to have to wait for the filings to find out. Maybe they sold them. We wouldn't know that now, but they went ahead and wrote it there, even though, well, this one actually says, no, this one is from Q2 as well. So anyway, that's the best I can do. I don't think we know. I wouldn't trust any of these numbers. Anytime the apes say that they own 90%, you should automatically distrust that anyway, because it was never correct, even based on Adam Aaron's own words, which he never said that they own 90%. He said that they would seem to own 90% if you exclude index funds. Oh, and they had a field day with this, are officially issued 516 million shares. So the ape narrative was, well, he knows that there's all these synthetic shares because he specifically said officially issued. I don't think that's what he meant by that. He's just trying to say there are this many shares and retail supposedly, allegedly, hypothetically owns this percentage of them. But even by his own words here, it's not correct. Okay. Hopefully that helps. I don't know if it helps. Okay. I don't know if Model 3 dude's still here. I hope he is, but I'm going to do it anyway. We'll do Donahue George. Or as we call him, Donnie. He looks like he learned how to use the background replacer in Zoom. Mullen. All right, AMC. What? What does this have to do with AMC GME? Moas. Trespassers called police on me and refused to leave my property claiming squatters' rights. I don't think Florida has squatters' rights laws, do they? I don't know. Manny, are you here? All right. Let's see. Terrible week for AMC. I mean, what a great summary. I got to turn down my limiter because I had to turn it up for Lynn. I was squashing the hell out of her.
Financial advice, not legal advice for entertainment.
Oh God, sorry.
Only anything I say is my opinion. Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in these videos. That being said, hit the like button, subscribe button, all that YouTube algorithm stuff, so you get the videos I put them out. So you know I'm thinking, see I'm analyzing that data. But like I tell every day,
Analyzing that data. Here it is.
False narrative. The markets, we can make bad trading decisions. This week in the
listen, the reason that you suck at trading is not because of the data. It's not the data. Survey says no. Now this Steve Harvey looking motherfucker here. See what I did there? Wants to tell you that it's because of the data. And yay, I'm not saying the data is great. I mean, look at this shit. Every one of these goddamn ownership reports is different, even though they're all coming from the same SEC data. How in the fuck? Well, that's why you don't use these sites. That's why you go straight to the SEC. Now, the reason I didn't is because the SEC won't add it all up for you. They're not going to tell you a percentage. They're not going to tell you the total shares held by institutions. I don't have time to do that. So I'm already looking at it with a grain of salt. But if you want the actual data, go straight to the source. That's the SEC. That's the way to get around this. It's not sit there and cry about the data. It says it's false. Meant to give us a false narrative of the market so we can make bad trading decisions. Listen, I'm an idiot. I suck at trading because the market is fooling me. Then do the opposite of whatever the data says. Do the opposite then. You should be a millionaire by now. Okay, sorry. Guy's a clown. I can't help myself.
Absolutely horrible to me.
Well, why did you have long positions on? You weren't short today? Why the fuck were you not short today? Well, I guess not everybody can be not a complete idiot all the time, I guess. I don't know. Anyway. All right. Yeah.
My portfolio is down about 20%.
Oh, in one day?
That came out of this week is that for the first time that I can remember, all my covered calls expired out the money. So I got to keep the premium on every single covered call that I did. And I can't remember another week when that happened. So that was the only positive light to this week as far as I'm concerned.
Which makes sense if you're talking about a market that's down. So he just said the same thing twice.
Listen.
Whatever.
The SEC is allegedly requiring these bad actors to be more transparent with their trades. Like they're supposed to report all their short positions.
What? Oh, source needed on that. Source needed on that. They are supposed to report all of their short positions. Can the church say amen? Where is this coming from? Where is this coming from? Let's hear it again. I don't know what the fuck.
Allegedly is, listen, the SEC is allegedly requiring these bad actors to be more transparent with their trades. Like they're supposed to report all their short positions. And here's the thing.
Ow, what?
This is just my opinion.
Ooh, what?
Does it really matter what the rules say?
Okay, but you're gonna sit there. But you're gonna sit there and bitch about it anyway, aren't you? So bitch about the way the rules are. Bitch about proposed rules, but then say, "Oh, but it doesn't matter what the rules are." I mean, could you be more apathetic? Could you be more ignorant? Could you be more of a fucking sloth? I mean, so what is the point then? What is the point of you coming on here every fucking day saying this shit if it doesn't matter anyway? Okay, this is a picture of a confused, ignorant individual. I mean, this defeatist attitude is like it's dumb. It is dumb as fuck. It doesn't really matter what the rules say. Oh, I know he's going to go with this because there's nobody enforcing the rules, making a fair market for retail investors because, yeah, we should be able to get rich quick and easy. They do. They do. It's unfair. Come on. Let's hear the other half.
Okay, the SEC implements a new rule that says they have to report their short positions. What happens when they don't? What happens when they don't? Okay, the SEC implements a new rule that says they have to report their short positions.
But what do you, what? Oh my God. Does anybody know about this rule, supposedly? Is anybody here? Oh, there's people here. I can't believe that nobody has been in the chat making fun of how few. I'm not even going to say it. Making fun of the viewer count. Maybe they realize that I don't care. Okay, generative AI has something to say about it, but I'm not. Okay. All right, there's something from 10 hours ago. There is something from today, all right? Now I'm glad, a little bit glad I didn't take a, hard line tone. But this is the thing. I didn't think there was anything. I wasn't sure. So I looked it up. That's what I'm talking about. Discovery. I could have sat here and said, no, that's bullshit. He's an idiot. Well, he is an idiot. But that's bullshit. There's no such thing. And not looked it up. And people might have been inclined to just go with it. Well, I'm going to look it up. Don't, make no mistake about it. And I do make plenty of them. But I am on here. I am going to look it up. We are going to verify it. What is the point otherwise? The SEC on Friday agreed to roll out new rules aimed at boosting transparency of short selling. The controversial practice of betting. What is so controversial about it? Is it really controversial? Shorting is controversial? Oh my God, we are in end times. It's the end. We're at the end. The controversial practice of betting against stocks. Yeah, because it is so controversial to say that stonks do not always just go up. What a dumb statement. God. Media. The media. Oh, these fucking. All right. The controversial practice of betting against stocks. By the way, you're making a bet with another market participant. You're making a bet with the market. Doesn't affect the company. That drew new scrutiny amid the GameStop saga. Almost 3 years ago? First proposed in late 21, early 22, the rules require investors to report their short positions to the agency and companies that lend out shares to report that activity to the FINRA, a self-regulatory body that polices brokers. Okay, so the rules will require investors to report their short positions to the SEC, and it will report companies that lend out shares, so the lenders, to report it to FINRA. Okay. We know what short selling is. Thank you for telling us it's controversial before defining it, though. That's great. It's good form. ChatGPT write this shit. Short interest in the markets, 900 billion as of Thursday, according to S3, which I don't know. The practice has long been divisive, with critics accusing short sellers of trying to hurt companies. God. And short sellers arguing they help root out fraud and corporate misconduct. Well, yeah. Critics are accusing short sellers of trying to hurt companies. Hurt companies. Oh, they don't just try to hurt them. They bankrupt them. Not possible. Not possible. Not possible. Short selling drew renewed scrutiny from Congress when retail investors drove up the price of shares, causing heavy losses that for hedge funds that had shorted the company. Okay. So it sounds like this rule, based on what's written here, it sounds like this rule is designed to protect hedge funds. Anybody else pick that up? Anybody else picking that up? It seems like the tone of this piece here that we're reading is one of protection to the hedge funds because they're the ones who incurred heavy losses. And it was only, it was, I don't even know if I would say hedge funds. It was some hedge funds. It was a handful of hedge funds. Other hedge funds had a record year that year. And Griffin. Excuse me. In the wake of the saga, SEC Chair Gary Gensler told lawmakers he would increase the transparency of the market. Okay. The new rules require institutional investors to report their gross short positions to the SEC monthly and certain net short activity for individual dates on which trades settle. The SEC plans to then publish aggregate stock-specific data on a delayed basis. So again, we get delayed data. So the SEC gets the data. So it gets reported monthly, and then it'll be delayed. So what use is it? You still can't trade based off of it. I don't think they want people to trade based off of it. It seems like, on one hand, this is protection for the hedge funds, for short hedge funds. On the other hand, it seems like it is baiting retail investors into trying to cause more short squeezes. I'm not quite sure that I understand this or agree with it. Because personally, I don't care about short interest. I don't give a fuck. I could care less. I couldn't care less. Could not care less about short interest. I'm not trying to do short squeezes. That's dumb. It's risky. I have enough risky other things to do in the market, like trading naked options, that I don't need fucking short interest. It's useless. It's useless. And delayed, great, awesome. Such data makes regulators and the public, quote, better positioned to prevent or respond to destabilizing events. Destabilizing events. Oh, like when hedge funds lost a lot of money. FINRA already publishes short interest reports collected from broker-dealers, but the new rules will apply to institutional investment managers too, offering a fuller picture of market-wide short bets. The new data will include a daily net activity on each settlement, data not currently available with FINRA or the exchanges. But hedge funds, represented by the Managed Funds Association, said the new rules could expose investors' strategies. Quote, investment advisors will face more risk when selling short, which will harm investors, market participants, and market efficiency. It probably will. It probably will. But then they'll realize that it doesn't make any goddamn difference at all because this data will be just as useless as the current data, which, you know, is every 2 weeks. Activist shorts, da-da-da-da-da. Okay. All right. So I stand corrected. There is a new rule apparently going into effect whenever. I don't know when it actually goes into effect. Don't ask Charlie. He has no clue either. Let's go.
What happens when they don't?
What happens when they don't? Well, just like now, when rules are violated, a couple years later, they get a certified letter. Okay? Like, nothing is going to happen instantaneously. I think these clowns think that there's like real-time, like McAfee real-time protection on the market. There is no McAfee real-time protection on the market. It takes the SEC, a government agency, it takes them a while to look into this stuff. Like, they're just now doing cases from 2020. So be patient. That's what happens. Or no, I don't even say that. What happens when they don't? Who cares? It doesn't matter. It makes no difference. And it doesn't impact your ability to make a profit. How many times do we have to say this? What anybody else is doing is of no consequence to you in the market. That was a big mistake the apes made. They thought investing was a team sport, and it turns out it's not. It's not like playing bridge, it's like playing solitaire. There you go.
What happens when they don't?
Nothing, and it doesn't matter. And it's not your fucking problem to worry about it. Donnie, protector of the market, former attorney, disgraced and disbarred lawyer. It's not your problem. And if you make it your problem, guess what? You're wasting time and energy on something that makes no difference to your ability to do what needs to be done in the market, to take money out of the market for yourself. It doesn't. I can't wait until we get past this fucking short squeeze bullshit. And we don't have to look at this smug motherfucker. We don't have to listen to off-brand Steve Harvey here cry, bitch and cry about every fucking thing. Because you didn't get a short squeeze. Well, you did. You just didn't realize it. Okay.
10 years from now, the SEC is going to find them a couple of $1 million?
More like 2. And yeah, the ultimate of, oh, they only fined him $2 million. They should be forced to go bankrupt. Yeah, okay. No.
And they made billions of dollars over the 10-year period where they just refuse to report. And that's the problem with all these rules. The rules mean absolutely nothing if nobody's going to enforce them.
Here it is. There it is.
You implemented this new rule. Great. You implemented the rule.
They do enforce.
Report their shorts. What is the SEC going to do when they don't do it?
Well, I'll tell you what you're not going to do when they don't do it. You're still not going to be making money. Guess what? Yeah, guess what? You're not making money now. They put the new rule in and they break the rule and the SEC will do nothing, as you say. And you'll still not be making any money. So what difference does it make to you? It makes no difference. But enforcement, hey, you're not going to get an argument from me that Wall Street is out of control in a lot of ways. Okay. I'm no fan of Wall Street. I hate Wall Street. I really do. But I try to funnel that, direct it into, focus it into concentration that will allow me to make money despite Wall Street or maybe even because of them. So, I mean, enforcement happens. It does happen every day. I mean, every day they're sending out a lot of notices. But it's reactive. It's very reactive. It's delayed. It takes time to do investigations. Well, it takes time to even learn about something that happened and then look into it. Put all the pieces together, okay? So it takes time. They don't have the ability to monitor the market in real time the way that they really should, from what I understand. And this is because of high frequency trading and other things like high frequency trading. So what I was saying was that, you're not going to get an argument from me that Wall Street has way too much fucking money. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do about that? Anything you would do would restrict the notion of a free market. And that's the catch-22 double-edged sword. Because, you say, okay, these rules apply to these people only, or these people are going to get punished more, or whatever. Now you've put an artificial restriction on, and I know that those exist. I realize that. But, what does he want them to do? He wants them to be able to catch it immediately. And it just doesn't work like that. I doubt that will ever happen. And, I just don't see the relevance. Okay.
Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. They'll wait a few years. They'll let them make millions and billions of dollars off the backs of retail investors and pension funds. They will let them manipulate the price of any stock they want. And in 10 years, the SEC will say, do you know what? It is 2033. And from 2023 to 2033, you have violated the transparency laws. So we're going to fine you $20 million. You won't lose your license to trade. You won't even have to admit any wrongdoing. So while it's great, the SEC wants to add more transparency to the market, I believe it means absolutely nothing because nobody enforces the rules.
I can't stand this guy. I hate this guy so fucking much. I can't tell you how much I despise this man. This is one of the most ignorant, brain dead motherfuckers that I've ever encountered. And I'm from Ohio, so I've encountered a lot. Got a lot of dummies out here, okay? Probably in your state too, wherever you are. Oh, there's no dumb people in California, is there? I mean, complains about there not being regulations. And then regulations are enacted, complains about regulations and no enforcement, complains about how much they're fined. Like, I'm sorry. I don't like it either that Wall Street has so much money to quote unquote manipulate prices. But at the end of the day, if somebody's got the money, who are you to sit there and say, no, you can't do that? Or you're going to be forced to close your positions or whatever. First of all, no, that's not going to happen. Again, you're restricting the freedom of the market. Number two, what was number two again? I don't know. It's number two is oh yeah, $20 million is not that much of a fine to JP Morgan. I agree, it's not. But it's not like these are fucking arbitrary fines. It's not like they just come up with a number. I mean, they're guidelines. And the fact that, these really rich entities, for lack of a better term, can just, write it off. They don't care. It's like Donahue George, the independently wealthy private investigator, former lawyer. He's a baller. He's a high roller. Let's just pretend for a minute he's rich. He lives in Florida. He must be rich, right? What we always thought, Ohio. Anyway, here's one. Why do so many people who drive Mercedes-Benz, BMWs, etc., why do they speed so much? I mean, I see people I see people all the time driving those luxury, quote unquote, luxury, German luxury cars, driving like maniacs. They don't use their turn. I mean, I'm going to the point where I'm going to like pull up next to him and motion to roll the window down and say, you need to take this car back. You got gypped on this car. And then they'll say, what do you mean? I say, it doesn't have turn signals. Yeah, it does. Well, I didn't see you use any turn signals. I've been behind you for the last 20 minutes. Not one turn signal. No, it's just because they don't use them. No, they have them. It's an overgeneralization, I know. But hey, they don't care. Why would you? Yeah, I got a speeding ticket. Yeah, I got 4 tickets last month. Who cares? Yeah, they're $200 tickets. Who cares? You got money to burn and you like driving fast. Fucking drive fast. If you can afford it, who cares? It's the same thing. In my eyes, it's the same thing. It's the same thing, except like, you know, excessive trading and whatnot, hopefully is not going to be potentially dangerous to somebody's health. Like, you can't crash into them and kill them. Although the stock could crash and they could kill themselves. That's a different thing, though. Just remember, the same person that can hit the buy and sell button, it's that person. They can do a variety of things with their hands. So that's all I'm saying. Yeah, institutions can afford it. Well, that sucks, but that's the way it is. There's a lot, you know what? In these markets, there is just a lot of it is what it is. That's just the way it is. Bruce Hornsby said it best. That's just the way it is. And you can either accept it and deal with it and learn how to profit despite all of these things. If you even think about them, I say don't even think about them. They don't matter. Or you can be like Donahue George and bitch about every little fucking thing that you don't understand or agree with and say that the SEC doesn't care and whatever. I mean, should be lucky that we have an SEC. Because 100 years ago, when he wants to talk about 10 years in the future, let's talk about 100 years in the past. There was no SEC, and these clowns would have gotten absolutely fucking destroyed. They would have gotten destroyed with the attitude that they had with this. And a lot of people did. You know, I'm sure there was an analogous ape faction then, but okay. All right, I'm going to do one more, and then I'm going to call it a night. So Lynn, you said this new rule is related to 2008, not to meme stocks of 2020. Is that true? Oops, I don't know what is that. And I mean, you couldn't have said it better. Shorts don't crash a stock. Shorts bet that the stock will crash, but not crash, just lose value at some point in the future. Yes. Oh, okay. Whoa. Let's see here. Rule to increase. Yeah, I think it's from today. In the wake of the 2008 financial crisis. Oh my God. Rule 13F2. Yep. Congress directed the SEC in Section 929X of the Dodd-Frank Act of 2010 to promulgate rules to make certain short sale data publicly available. Did they say to make it delayed? I don't know. Probably. Quote, in the wake of the 2008 financial crisis, Congress directed the SEC to enhance the transparency of short selling of equity securities. Gensler said, today's adoption will promote greater transparency about short selling both to regulators and the public. The rule addresses Congress' mandate and improves upon existing sources of short sales related data in the equity markets. Given the past market events, it's important for the Commission and the public to know more about short sale activity in the equity markets, especially in times of stress or volatility. Okay, so this had been in the works since 2010, or you could even say 2008. The seeds of this were planted in 2008. In 2010, the seeds were germinated. It took them 13 years to sprout. Now they're sprouting. Yeah, not anything to do with meme stocks. Wow, good find. Great find. And compliance is a year from now? Did I miss that? Cat. The final rule, form SHO, that's the short thing. That's the shorts. As well as the notice of amendment to CAT will be published in the Federal Register. The final rule, form SHO, and the amendment will become effective 60 days after publication of the adopting release in the Federal Register. The compliance date will be 12 months after the effective date of the adopting release, with public aggregated reporting to follow 3 months later. So 15 months. 15 months from now. And that's if they don't delay it more. A lot of these things get delayed. So, well, I don't even think that it's been published in the Federal Register yet, because they're saying it will become effective 60 days after publication in the Federal Register. Was it published in the Federal Register? I don't know. I don't even care to look. But if you want to know, you can go look. So that's the effective date. And this is what Charlie and those clowns never understood. The effective date, the compliance date, two different things. So it's effective 60 days after it gets published in the Federal Register, but it's not compliant. Compliance is not required for 15 months. Actually, it says the compliance date is 12 months after the effective date of the adopting release, with public aggregated reporting to follow 3 months later. So maybe they will be reporting it after 12 months to the SEC, but public aggregated reporting won't happen until 3 months after that, which makes sense. They have to make sure that they get the kinks out of the system and whatever else. So anyway, let's see what Model 3 dude's got here. And then we're going to call it a night, because this is some bullshit today.
This is simply unprecedented.
Oh, New York, Kiev, Angie. All right, cool. It's been a minute on this guy. All right.
This is simply unprecedented, guys. One of the most important part of the new SEC's rule simply fell apart and won't be part of the voting today. As you can see over here, lenders of securities must report loans daily, but not in real time, as it had been feared. The biggest fear was that they have to report this in real time, meaning that at the end of the day, what you short, what you put on loan, you put on loan. Whoever borrow yesterday, tomorrow you have to report all this information. But in real time, you don't know what is happening. And this was the biggest issue, because today, if you look why AMC is down 13%, you could have, if this was implemented or at least partially put inside this new rule framing.
That will never happen.
Time by time, minute by minute, hour
that
by
will
hour,
never happen.
Shorting what from
that will never happen, and it shouldn't happen. That to me, okay. Now that is absolutely absurd that you would expect that, and that's the level of fucking hand holding and spoon feeding. That's a better term. That's a level of spoon feeding that these guys want, that the apes want. You're not going to get that. You're never going to get that. Wall Street will fight that one. Oh, yeah. Besides, all that's going to do is create more fucking bag holders. It will not make it any easier to do a short squeeze. It will not make it any easier. I mean, this is a fantasy. It's complete fantasy.
Where the shares came to be dumped on the open market, who borrowed the shares, what were the borrowing.
It doesn't matter. Who cares? Jesus Christ. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. It doesn't matter if it was shorting. It doesn't matter if it was covering. It doesn't matter. It's buying and selling. There are two things you can fucking do in the stock market. It's pretty boring. You can buy and you can sell. That's it. It's all you can do.
Fees and essentially where these shares are located, right? If you dump 100 million shares, for example, on the open market, and are these shares sitting flat? Did certain broker borrows the shares from the open market just to lend them out as a third party? Unfortunately, we might not be able to see this because they didn't simply include this. They simply fell off the actual regulatory frame in the last minute. Data on the borrowed stocks will, for the first time, be made public in the US under new rules adopted by the financial regulators.
I mean,
very important. This is for the first time happening on the stock market. This particular measure is again to reduce the power and latency of information that certain short positions are executed or taken into consideration against particular stocks. And guys, this is how the vote actually went through. The 5 members of the SEC on Friday voted 3-2 to require lenders of securities to report new loans and modifications of existing ones by the end of each trading day, in a move that will shine new light on one of the murkier corners of the financial market. So essentially they voted for finally some good news, essentially.
I mean, that's the same damn thing that Ortex gives. Ortex goes to the brokers and says, "Hey, how many shares of everything do you have available to lend every day?" That's the securities lending data. So this is basically just a mandatory Ortex.
So, but we're not so naive, right? You understand where the whole game will be playing out. The whole game will be playing out in real time. This means that the whole trading session that is available.
And here's another good point that I kind of skipped over, but Lynn says that they're aggregating by equity type, not individual stocks. So it won't tell you what you want to know, and it's not real time. That'll never happen. Aggregated, that means combined. You won't see individual stock shorts. Aggregated. New light, but not for you. Right. Because we'll get the aggregated public reporting, which is not the level of data that the SEC will actually collect from the market participants and the broker-dealers. So, broker-dealers to FINRA. So, good point. Everybody's going to miss that for sure. And it's going to be a big nothing burger with extra mayo. Kind of like all of this stuff today we've talked about, really. Huh.
Available will be utilized. There won't be any over leverage short positions, or there won't be any delays of fail to delivers anymore. You're not going to see cascaded numbers of fail to deliver, simply because everything that they will be planning to do that was previously stretched through the whole cycle of month or 2-3 months now will be down to only one trading session, because remember, on the following day they have to report that. And the real time
what
time is the only advantage that is obviously remaining on the surface for them.
Report each day? No. I mean, yeah, the lending side of it, but that's not the same. That's not the same. That doesn't tell you how many positions. That's why Ortex is useless. Oh my God.
No one can call.
Go back to whatever Eastern European country you came from, dude. I mean, come on, man. This is bad.
Doing anything during the actual trading session.
I know, Lynn. It's God damn. The ability to gloss over facts astounds me even after 3 years of it. It really does. It really fucking does. That's it. God. Jesus.
During real-time trading. What I'm even speculating over here. Well, tomorrow, not tomorrow, Monday, they're going to report that AMC fell, let's say 15% on average, right? Where the shares came from? Well, during the whole trading session, someone borrowed, someone returned shares. The FTDs, decreased. Cost to borrow was this on average, and that amount of.
I love that they're so worried about where the shares come from. Like these fucking people. Like 4 years ago, you had no clue about any of this, and you had never done it. But now today, you're worried about where those shares came from. Where'd they get those shares? Go fuck yourself. Shut the fuck up. Learn how to fucking trade. Learn how to make a profitable investment. And then you'll realize that none of this fucking shit matters. None of it fucking matters. I'll say it again. None of this shit matters at all. Short interest doesn't matter. Shares on loan doesn't matter. None of it fucking matters. People who are profitable in the market, like Model 3 dude, for example. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if we've ever talked about this, but I don't think he cares about short interest. Like in general. I mean, I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth or make assumptions. I guess I just did though. But I've never heard of any profitable investors, like either long term or even traders. Like I'm talking like pros. I've never heard them talk about short interest. They don't give a fuck about it. They might say, oh, this is one of those high short interest stocks that's popular now or something like that. They're not going to invest or trade based on that. Because I mean, look at what happened. Look at what it did for AMC. High short interest. Short interest was astronomical, supposedly, all of last year, all of 2021, and look at what happened. It a complete nothing burger. So if you invested off of Ortex's goddamn 98% short score, which magically now it's like 50 something, congratulations, you lost. It was meaningless. Ortex was meaningless. It was all meaningless. And you would have been better off just looking at the chart and seeing, oh, wow, this is in a longer term downtrend. Maybe I should either short or not trade it or close my long position. You would have been better off with just a fucking line chart, not even a candle chart. All right.
The broker provides, the sheets where the shares are located.
The sheets
through the third party borrow, return the shares. That's it. That was the whole trading session. But the whole important element of the real-time trading, which essentially create these cascaded sell-offs, which simply broke 3, 4, 5 different levels of support, is simply the most important part. Because if you look at the level 2 data, if you look at the inflows and how many people potentially purchase the dip.
And both Lynn and Model 3 Dude have good points here. Shorts are often wrong. They're often wrong. And guess what? They know how to close their positions when they go against them. They understand how to close a position and they do it. And I'm not just talking about short squeeze. And shorting is a normal mechanism of market. And that's why that article, the Reuters article, actually bringing up the misunderstanding, complete just butchering of short sellers hurting companies. I mean, yeah, because the market shouldn't always just go up. It shouldn't always just go up because that's not reality. Reality is not everything just goes straight up. And there needs to be a speculative mechanism for that. But anyway, who cares? You're borrowing the shares. If you're saying you shouldn't be able to borrow shares, then say you shouldn't be able to borrow money because it's essentially the same damn thing. It's the same damn thing. You're spending somebody else's money and you're going to pay it back not for less. You're going to pay it back for a little bit more than what you borrowed later on. So what's the difference? What is the goddamn difference? Well, technically, you aren't. The market maker is shorting when you sell. Oh, when you sell anything. Well, I suppose the difference is that you're selling something. Short selling is selling something you don't own. You ostensibly own the shares, even though you really don't own the shares. You have a contractual conference of ownership rights. So maybe technically, but it doesn't get, if you sell a share, it's actually a long sale. Oh, we sell because we don't have faith the value will increase. Oh, I see where you went with that. Oh. If you thought it was going to keep going up, you'd hold on to it. But you're not going to profit off of that. I guess that's the difference. It's speculation to the downside. That's the way I always think about it. So as it goes down, you're going to make more money. Now, in what you're talking about, Lynn, it's like if it goes down, you're going to not lose money, which is kind of the same thing as making money. So yeah, a philosophical spin. I dig it. Yeah, I could see that.
This relentless sell-off, right? You can see the relentless sell-off if you don't have people on the other side rebalancing, buying the dip, right? But this is what the real-time data will provide them.
Oh no!
What do you think about this? Good thing, of course.
Real-time data. Oh my God! This guy.
Good heads to the SEC they were voting for.
Could there be a more picture-perfect definition of FUD? I mean, seriously, this is FUD. And what does this have to do with AMC stock votes are out? Stock vote results are out. What does this have to do with that? Did he say? I have no idea.
And this simply will, most likely see a bright light in enforcement at some day on the market.
No.
This will make the game a little.
You will see nothing.
Tougher for the short sellers, and of course the broker dealers.
No, it won't.
All the lending business.
No, it won't.
People involved in borrowing of the shares.
Jesus fucking Christ.
So this will make the game a little more complicated. I'm not saying.
I don't think so.
Possible for them to, make money.
I don't think so. Oh, no. Wow, that was terrible. Thanks to whoever Model 3 dude. Awesome. Well, it's that time again. Now, I'm going to play the edit. Okay, this is the edit of the intro. You can't kill Michael Myers intro. I'm going to play the edit. I did this edit not long ago, but I forgot to put it on the soundboard. So I'm going to play it. And I don't know, see if you notice anything different. It's been a couple weeks since I listened to it, so I'm not sure I can tell the difference. But anyway, also the finance chat link is updated in the description, so it's there. Why are you not here? And well, if I had my volume up, that would certainly help. Make sure I'm on the right audio device. Okay, here we go. Ken, you can't keep me down forever.
You can't kill Michael Myers! It's impossible!
This is what happens when you work to change things.
You're being a little bitch! What do you fucking want from me? Get off my dick!
You know, if you don't understand the situation, it's better sometimes not to speak and just be proven a complete imbecile in the matter. Okay, so...
Man, fuck you. I think you a bitch. You understand what I'm saying?
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying it? What are you saying? Huh?
First they think you're crazy.
That was it right there.
I don't know. I don't really think that's the case.
And then all of a sudden you change the world.
So.
You can't kill Michael Myers!
And on repeat. There's one thing that's in there that for some reason I took out in the original edit. And it does concern Tony. I took out the huh at the end of, what are you saying? Huh? I had taken out the huh. I put the huh back in because that was my favorite part of the huh saying. So yeah, it's very subtle, very subtle.
What are you saying? Huh?
Right there. What are you saying? Huh?
First,
right? And it.
What are you saying? Huh?
It's right there. So anyway, very subtle, but you know, attention to detail. Yes, exactly. The huh makes it. It was always my favorite part of that whole thing, which actually itself is an aggregate of a few different sayings. I created that phrase. He didn't say it like that. He said it similar to that, but I put 2 or 3 things together to get that. So, oh man, you know, it's nothing like playing with a dead man's words, right? Supposedly. But anyway, that's you know, from my storied past of doing audio work. You know, I didn't feel right. I had to put the hump back in there. I don't know why I didn't before. Maybe it was a mistake. But anyway, guys, have a good night, good weekend. Supposed to rain all weekend here in Ohio, so be inside most of the weekend. Oh, Lynn, you know, that was great. You know, that was exactly the, you know, like I said, perspective that, you know, it's kind of like one of those make it make sense things. And that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what you did. So Model 3 dude and Lynn and anyone else who still happens to be here, take care. And we'll catch you sometime. Have a good one.